Tonight on this Election Day Eve, we are just hours away from polls opening across the country as the nation picks the next president of the United States.
With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump both barnstorming the battleground states, looking to get to those undecided and unenthusiastic voters to make sure they get out and vote tomorrow. The closing arguments on both sides of the campaign trail, with the race still neck and neck and just hours to go.
We are optimistic and excited about what we will do together, and we here know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
With more than 78 million ballots already cast this year, turnout could hit record highs tomorrow. The new polling that shows Harris with a slight lead, but Trump still ahead in some key swing states. Plus, the battleground that has the two candidates deadlocked.
Your house is right here. You stand here and you look at that. What do you think?
I hate it. I'm angry. I'm tired of it. I want them to go away. They don't belong this close to us. They don't belong this close to anybody. It belongs in an industrial area, not in residential areas.
And it could be one of the major issues to sway Pennsylvania voters tomorrow. We're on the ground in the Keystone State, where fracking is top of mind for some voters looking to make their voices heard this election day. This is our ABC News Live primetime coverage, the race for the White House. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We are live on this election eve. Tonight, just hours until the polls open all across America. Abraham Lincoln once said, elections belong to the people. It's their decision. And more than 78 million Americans have already exercised that sacred democratic right, voting early. Both candidates barnstorming those key swing states at this hour, and they will both have campaign events that go well into the night. At this hour, let's take a live look in Pittsburgh, where Trump is slated to speak shortly before he makes his way to Michigan for his final rally of the 2024 campaign. And Vice President Harris has spent all day in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. Of those key 7 battlegrounds, Pennsylvania looms large for both campaigns, the most electoral votes of the battleground states. Trump on the trail, seemingly recognizing that no matter what, this is it for him, campaigning for president, his third go-round. He will end the night the same way he ended in 2016, a late-night rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's been 3,429 days since he went down that escalator in Trump Tower to begin what was, at the time at least, his long-shot presidential campaign. The rest is, of course, history, and some new history will be made starting tomorrow night. For Kamala Harris, it has been just 106 days since Joe Biden stepped aside and paved the way for her campaign. In the closing days, she's focused her message on the notion that democracy is on the line. We are here following it all for you tonight, and we'll bring you part of the candidate speeches as well as their running mates and their top surrogates. We begin with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Kamala Harris jetting off to battleground Pennsylvania, tonight barnstorming the must-win state with 4 separate stops on the last full day of her whirlwind campaign. In Scranton, Harris rallying volunteers. She's visited Pennsylvania 18 times since launching her campaign, more than any other battleground. Her team telling us they've knocked on 5 million doors in this state alone.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote? We're ready to win? All right.
Harris has spent weeks painting a dire picture of a second Trump term, but in the past 24 hours, she hasn't mentioned him once by name. Choosing instead to close her campaign on a positive message, returning to the theme of optimism.
Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and excited about what we will do together, and we here know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
Donald Trump today hitting 3 key states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina.
We have to turn out and vote tomorrow. We're going to vote, vote, vote.
But in contrast with Harris, the former president's message at the end of this race increasingly dark. Over the weekend, joking he wouldn't mind if the journalists covering his rally were shot.
And I have this piece of glass here. But all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind that.
It comes just days after he imagined guns trained at the face of former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
In the final days, Trump, who lost both the popular vote in 2020 and the Electoral College, insisting he should never have left the White House.
I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly, because we did so well.
And he's already questioning this election. Today, top election officials in key battlegrounds speaking out, saying the vote is secure. From Michigan.
Candidates don't get to decide who wins elections. Voters do. And so we will keep reminding folks of that truth.
To North Carolina.
I would just, make a plea to the candidates and elected officials. Have a peaceful transition of power. Accept the results. Concede defeat when necessary.
To Georgia's Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Our systems are secure and our people are ready. At the end of the day, it's going to be fair and fast and accurate.
And Mary Bruce joins us now. And Mary, we know that Republicans have really been working on getting that early vote out. I know that you have sources with the Harris campaign. What are they saying about those numbers that are coming in early so far?
Well, the Harris campaign tells me that they are not alarmed by those early vote numbers. They feel strongly that these are voters that would be backing Donald Trump anyway. They're just coming out and voting early. They don't think it's a sign that Donald Trump is somehow reaching out and bringing in new voters. And they are touting their ground game tonight. They say that Donald Trump's operation just simply can't compete with their operation on the ground.
We've heard that the Harris campaign is nauseously optimistic. What are you hearing from them?
That may be my new favorite political phrase for how to describe an outlook. Yeah, look, they are cautiously optimistic, but they know that this is going to be incredibly close, that this is going to be a race that is won in the margins. That's a phrase you often hear them repeat as well. But they are confident that they have the operation to get this done, and that they will be able to continue to sprint across the finish line. And they've made very clear that they are trying to do everything they can to get out every last vote, well aware that it's going to be that small sliver of voters in these key battleground states that will make all the difference.
I know we'll be together in the wee hours of the morning going into Wednesday. Mary, we'll look forward to being with you on election night. Thank you so much for your reporting. Former President Trump is closing out his campaign with stops in 3 battleground states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and late tonight in Michigan. ABC's Rachel Scott reports on the Trump campaign.
Tonight in North Carolina, Donald Trump and the closing argument his team was hoping for in the final days of what he says will be his last campaign.
But I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? You know, I've asked that question so many times. I've never had one hand go up for the other. With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country.
The former president calling this the end of one journey and the start of a new one.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting, and that's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again, and now we'll have a chance to do it after today.
In these crucial final hours, Trump also taking time to do an interview on the podcast of former New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick.
This is more exciting. I hate to say it, Coach, but this is more exciting than any football game.
The interview in keeping with Trump's strategy to win support among young men, a group that doesn't typically turn out in large numbers. He's featured wrestler Hulk Hogan at his campaign events and recently sat down for a lengthy interview on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Do you want to go with an 80-year-old president?
But one of Trump's most prominent female supporters, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, has warned he could risk alienating women.
This is not a time for them to get overly masculine with this bromance thing that they've got going. 53% of the electorate are women. Women will vote.
Haley spoke at the Republican National Convention, but she has not campaigned with Trump. Still, she published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today telling voters to back him.
This will be the golden age of America.
Tonight at a rally in Pennsylvania, the crowd positioned behind the candidate, largely female, holding pink signs reading, "Women for Trump."
He's working hard.
Rachel Scott joins us now. And Rachel, we know that the Harris campaign says that they've knocked on $5 million doors in Pennsylvania alone. How does that compare with the Trump operation?
You know, the Trump campaign often laughs about how they really don't talk about their ground game. They're really not trying to give away too much here. But I will tell you that I just got off the phone with someone. They did tell me that the Trump campaign has 350 campaign offices across those 7 key battleground states that will ultimately decide this election. Something a little bit different for the Republican side is that the Trump campaign is leaning on some of these outside political organizations, like that one founded by billionaire Elon Musk. He's been doing campaign events, one right after another, in that critical, all-important state of Pennsylvania. What they're hoping is that those organizations could help energize those so-called infrequent voters, people that typically don't turn out to vote early or in person on Election Day, like young male voters.
And what are you hearing from the campaign? How optimistic do they sound?
Right now, they sound pretty optimistic about Georgia and North Carolina. The former president doing a lot of defense this past weekend. He had 3 stops in North Carolina. He had another stop there today. That's the only battleground state where he is on defense. He wants to hold on to that other one, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to have to expand the map. He's going to go back to how he won in 2016. That obviously is going to be a challenge when you just look at how close this race is and those key battleground states.
But they sound very confident, especially based on the early vote.
Yes, they feel really optimistic about the early vote and what they're seeing in states like Georgia and North Carolina when it comes to that.
All right, Rachel Scott for us. We'll be here all night long, perhaps for several days. We'll see. All right, looking forward to it, Rachel. This campaign season has seen an extraordinary level of threats against polling sites and election workers. In fact, the FBI received more than 2,000 threats against election workers since the 2020 election. ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas tonight on the dramatic new steps, the drones, the bulletproof glass, and the National Guard on standby. Here's Pierre Thomas.
Just hours from Election Day, local officials in battleground states tonight taking extraordinary steps to protect the votes and the workers counting them. In Maricopa County, Arizona, where some people showed up with guns during the 2020 vote count, armed guards, drones, surveillance cameras, police on horses, and a SWAT team standing by. In Detroit, the city's stepping up security to avoid scenes like this in 2020, when pro-Trump supporters tried to disrupt the ballot counting. This time, officers will be in and around the building, even on the roof.
We now have bulletproof glass on the front of our building. We have more cameras. We have a panic button.
Governors in Washington, Nevada, and Oregon will have the National Guard ready for any large-scale civil disturbances. And in Philadelphia, the district attorney with this blunt warning.
Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs. We do have the jail cells.
Our thanks to Pierre Thomas. And joining us now, our Chief Washington correspondent, Mr. John Carl. And John, I know you're hearing from both campaigns tonight. Are you reading any tea leaves? Who seems more optimistic?
Well, it's interesting. We've heard nothing but confidence out of the Republicans, out of the Trump campaign for quite some time. Today, just a short while ago, I got reams of data from one of the Trump campaign senior officials of why they're looking good in every early voting state, all this, how they're now, lots and lots. I mean, talking like pages of data. But actually, I am sensing from some people very close to Donald Trump newfound anxiety about where this race is going, frustration that he has taken his eye off the ball of the message that they believe he should be closing on, which is a simple message of, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Life was better, they argue, under Donald Trump than it is under Biden-Harris. And he's talking about shooting, about not being concerned if people shoot through reporters, guns in the face of Liz Cheney, all of that. And then, from the Harris side, and actually I should say one very senior, longtime advisor to Donald Trump said to me just a short while ago, it's almost like he's trying to lose the race. Some real frustration. Look, they still think they've got in a position to win, but there's anxiety that wasn't there really a week ago. As for the Harris campaign, they've been anxious for a long time. This race is too close for comfort, but they believe that they are closing strong. And this is interesting. They believe that Madison Square Garden rally 8 days ago was a real turning point in the race. They say they see it in their data that worked to galvanize their support and to alienate some of those last persuadable voters from Donald Trump.
A number of people really saying that may have been the October surprise.
It may have been.
I know that you've talked to Donald Trump personally recently.
Yeah.
How did he sound to you in comparison to on the eve of prior elections?
Well, you know, look, he's projecting confidence. By the way, I mean, his voice is, you can hear it when he's on the stump, his voice is
understandable.
I mean, look, he's doing 3-4 events in 3 or 4 different states. His last event today, I think the one in Grand Rapids, might not start till after midnight. So he's out there a lot. He speaks.
He said, "I'm just a human being."
He speaks for like 2 hours sometimes. Yes. But even as he was saying, "Look, we're winning everywhere. I think we've got a substantial lead." I asked him, "Is there any way you can lose?" And he said something to me that I had never heard him say, which is, it was a long pause. He says, "Yeah, you could lose. You could lose. Bad things could happen." And I've never really heard him acknowledge that. I mean, it's obvious anybody can lose, but I've never heard Donald Trump actually make that acknowledgement.
All right, well, we will see in just a few hours. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I think
finally.
for a few days, perhaps. We'll see. This race has been locked in a virtual dead heat for months now. ABC's political director and Washington bureau chief Rick Klein joins us now. Rick, what are the latest trends and what do the latest numbers show us?
Yeah, this is our last and latest ABC News Washington Post, ABC News Ipsos poll, a 3-point lead for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, 49-46. That's basically where the race has been for months. It's remarkable how little things have changed. More interesting numbers if you start to dive in, the gender gap, a big storyline going into tomorrow night. Harris trailing among men by 5 points, but leading among women by 11 points. So do the math, that's a 16-point gender gap. That in itself is pretty typical in presidential elections. But if you drill down just a little bit and you look at independent voters who historically have a tendency to pick the president, Kamala Harris is leading by independent voters by 5 points overall. That's similar to a national margin. But among women, it is 18 points. That is a big, big margin. And when you look at the battleground states, this is where we stand with the 538 polling average. Harris holding a narrow lead in Michigan and Wisconsin. Donald Trump up in the Sunbelt states of North Carolina and Georgia, the southwestern states of Nevada and Arizona. But check out those margins. Anywhere from Harris up 1 to Trump up 2.3 points, all well within any margin of error. And man, it is unbelievable how close Pennsylvania has been. That is an absolutely dead even race, no advantage to either candidate going into election night. And I'd also note, we're going to be spending a lot of time thinking about these battleground states. These are the 7 states that people are focused on. And just for the what-if scenario we're looking here, assuming there's no other surprises, every one of these states is going to be incredibly important. Our 538 averages on this right now says that each candidate has about a 50% chance of winning going into the night. Very, very similar. But if you look at the state of Pennsylvania, just assume that goes to Kamala Harris, and you calculate, all of a sudden that number goes up to 84%. If Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump instead, let's do the numbers. We see Donald Trump with an 81% chance. So it is just enormously tight. And the candidates who've been crisscrossing these states know how important the map is. One other note I make for you, Lindsey, there's a really interesting poll that came out just yesterday from the Des Moines Register. And yes, Iowa, a very red state that Donald Trump carried very easily last time around. It has Kamala Harris actually leading by 3 points, similar to her national polling results. That would be a shocker. And the concern in some of the Trump circles is, what if even if this poll is wrong, does it reflect some other trends that are going on elsewhere in the country, particularly numbers like this? That Iowa poll, again, Harris has a 20-point lead among women, and among older women, it's 35. Among older men, even, that is Harris +2. If anything like that develops, leaving Iowa aside, in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, truly in any other state, that is a really rough set of numbers. But of course, this poll could be an outlier. We'll have to see how those numbers roll in tomorrow night, Lindsey.
Certainly a stunning outcome with regard to the Des Moines Register, and we will see tomorrow if that is a bellwether or not. Okay, Rick Klein, our thanks to you as always. ABC News Powerhouse political coverage kicks off tomorrow, Election Day at 8 a.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live all day long. David Muir leads ABC's special primetime coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live, streaming on Hulu, Disney+, and wherever you stream your news. Still much more to get to on our special coverage tonight, the race for the White House. including live campaign coverage from the trail as we await both former President Trump and Vice President Harris to hit their respective stages, plus an onslaught of threats and disinformation in this sprint to election night. But next, could the controversial process of fracking flip swing counties in the all-important state of battleground Pennsylvania? We dive into the hot-button issue voters must take on in tomorrow's election and the impact the singular issue could have on the fight for the presidency.
From my point of view, I'm a conservative. If we're going to frack, we have to do it safely.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election Night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night, live.
Hollywood Studios want us to make a movie of our podcast.
It's a fabulous cast.
Action. I'm nervous playing you. The fearlessness, the complexity.
Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
I don't need an algorithm to tell me that this is box office gold.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and for bundle subscribers on Disney+.
Hey, Luke, I am so excited to host the CMA Awards again.
Nashville, here we come.
Hang tight, honey, got a pocket full of money, and I'm headed straight home to you.
Landy, what are you doing here?
I'm hosting the CMA Awards with y'all. I think I can add something you ain't never had before.
Like what?
Like humor, style, a little bell-bottom flair.
I guess we do need you, Landy.
That's the spirit. Y'all ready to do this?
I can pull off bell bottoms.
Sure you can, buddy.
3, 2, 1.
It's a 24/7 life together.
It's not about the fear or the risk. It's about the love of flying. 3, 2, 1.
Did you kill Mariota?
Sorry. No, I did not kill Mariota.
This is a mystery. How did she die? They begin to do this autopsy.
It's just screaming, toxin, toxin, toxin.
Did somebody intentionally do this to her?
When the tests came back, I thought, holy, are you kidding me?
My garden club is very divided.
People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
Never heard of a case like this. Maybe a thriller.
I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent, passion, poison, prison.
I know it wasn't me. Sorry. So, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
Welcome back, everyone. While every battleground state is attracting both presidential candidates, Pennsylvania may be seen as the most important swing state to win for both campaigns. Central to their strategies there, fracking. Both say they will not ban it, but for most residents impacted by it, is that message what they want to hear? Our Stephanie Ramos traveled to a township outside of Pittsburgh where fracking is a topic that hits close to home.
In this neighborhood in suburban Pennsylvania.
So this is the well pad over here?
Right there, right behind that wall.
There's something happening underground.
Your house is right here. You stand here and you look at that. What do you think?
I hate it. I'm angry. I'm tired of it. I want them to go away. They don't belong this close to us. They don't belong this close to anybody. It belongs in an industrial area, not in residential areas.
8 years ago, Michelle Stonemark started building her dream home in Cecil Township on the same street as much of her extended family. Then came the new neighbors, a fracking operation.
What did you think back then when you knew that this might be a possibility to have fracking
in your backyard.
I was scared to death. I was scared about what harms it would cause us.
As the Stone Marks home was under construction, a natural gas company started a project of its own just a few feet away, a natural gas well pad. The process of fracking goes something like this. Water and other chemicals are pumped into rock formations beneath the ground that contain methane or natural gas. The fluids crack the rock, releasing the gas, which is then captured and brought above ground.
The noise that comes off of that are DBCs, which are low-level sounds, low-level frequencies, more like a bass that cause vibrations, more like a constant hum, the kind of noise you feel in your chest and in your ears and in your head. We suffered from a ton of vibrations in our house. We suffered from headaches and nosebleeds during that time.
The Stone Marks documented their experiences, flames shooting into the sky in the middle of the night as excess natural gas is burned off, windows and tools in the garage vibrating with the hum of machinery at the nearby well pad, and large towers that are constructed and deconstructed without notice. Fracking has been on the national stage this election season. Pennsylvania not only has one of the largest natural gas deposits in the nation, but it is also the largest swing state with 19 electoral votes. Only Congress can completely ban fracking, but presidential candidates see it as a way toward winning the Keystone State.
And starting on day one of my new administration, I will end Kamala Harris's war on Pennsylvania energy, and we will frack, okay? She's not gonna frack.
I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking.
While it's a significant industry in Pennsylvania, Vermont, New York, Maryland, Washington, and California have all banned fracking. In Cecil Township, there's legislation that would require new fracking operations to be placed at least 5,000 feet away from schools and 2,500 feet away from homes. These new setbacks would set minimum distances for fracking operations beyond the 500 feet currently required.
I would like to start this public hearing.
The town had a lengthy hearing over the summer about the new measure.
What I know about fracking frightens me very much. What I don't know about fracking terrifies me.
I want you to be our hero, every one of you. I do not want you to be a zero. I do not want you to be a zero. Be my hero.
Michelle Stone Marks supports the legislation, but it may not change her situation.
We bought this one to measure particles in the air.
The family has done what they can, upgrading air filters and installing air quality monitors outside.
When you think of fracking, when you think of the well pad that's right behind your house, what is your core feeling about it?
Anger. So much anger. So much anger. Every day we wake up and we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know how loud it's going to be, what it's going to smell like outside, if my kids can play outside. We don't know if we can have people over. We don't know if the nosebleed my daughter has is from fracking. We don't know if the nausea and the headaches that we're feeling are from fracking. Every day is undue stress and anxiety on myself, my husband, my kids. So yeah, it pisses me off.
In a 2023 taxpayer-funded study conducted by the University of Pittsburgh, children who live within 1 mile of unconventional natural gas development, including fracking, were found to be 5 to 7 times more likely to develop lymphoma, a type of cancer. It was also linked to adverse birth outcomes and exacerbating existing asthma symptoms. From state and local offices to the race for the White House, many politicians are hoping a vow to keep fracking will secure them votes. For those with fracking operations in their backyard, it's not so simple. Even pro-fracking Republicans like Scott Byrd are in favor of these proposed setbacks.
But do you find yourself kind of in an internal battle where you want to vote for former President Trump, but also aren't 100% on board with drill anywhere?
First of all, I'm very pro-fracking.
Yes.
It just has to be done in a
industrial rural area. None of the candidates, they say they support fracking or they won't ban fracking, but they don't give you, I haven't heard any particulars.
So what motivates you to keep fighting? What motivates you to keep going?
I'm mainly motivated by responsibilities as a parent. You see your 2 children, you have to do everything you could do to protect them.
Range Resources, which runs fracking operations in Cecil Township, responded to ABC News with a statement saying in part, "We work closely with municipalities and residents to foster open communication, address community concerns, and proactively minimize any potential impacts. Cecil Township's proposed ordinance is a stark outlier from the 50 other municipalities where Range operates, as it seeks to restrict future natural gas development within its borders."
From my point of view, I'm a conservative. If we're going to frack, we have to do it safely. If the technology is not there to do it without hurting children, everybody else, we need to get more into research and development. We're not just going to jump the gun. They're running with it and ignoring the risks. We have to do something. We just want safety. We want all this domestic energy production. We're glad, you know, we could be a part of it, but at what cost?
It is such a polarizing topic, especially in Western Pennsylvania, that you are either for it or against it. And in reality, that's not the case. I'm neither for it or against it. I believe it has its place. I believe that we need to be an energy independent nation. I just don't believe that we need to be doing it at the expense of people living their everyday lives.
Our thanks to Stephanie Ramos. Still much more to get to coming up. While many are looking to the future, what could the past tell us? A historian weighs in on the presidential election. But next, tomorrow is officially Election Day, but millions have already cast their ballots. We take a look at early voting by the numbers.
How many elephants have you killed? True natural beauty, one of the last of its kind. But this comes at a cost. 5 countries, 5 incredible real stories of adventure, danger,
We have to go.
and deceit. Where are we going next? We got this ongoing search for the animal we've been trying to find. These are the last lands. The national parks around the world that have to be saved.
Yo, partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new Tuesdays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too. I'll be here.
I am here and so happy. I'm in. I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot of people.
I know who you are.
Ball is in the air. You're special. Yes, it's a touchdown. What if God made me this way?
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley? Did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
One great idea can change your life.
That's the American dream right there.
I want to be on a team with you.
Shark Tank, new Fridays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Deadpool and Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+. Watch again.
Come again?
And again. And again at home.
Hit me again.
It's perfect!
Deadpool and Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Reporting from the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, I'm Elizabeth Schulze. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. For almost 3 decades now, the percentage of registered voters voting early has steadily increased. A majority of states no longer require an excuse to vote absentee, and voters obviously appreciate the convenience of either mailing in a ballot or at least going to a polling place before Election Day when lines are likely to be shorter. Early voting is tonight's by the numbers. 80 million early votes have already been cast. That's according to the University of Florida Election Lab as of early this afternoon. And 8 states in the District of Columbia make it especially easy to vote early because they send ballots in the mail to all registered voters. Of the 80 million early votes so far, 44 million have been placed in person and more than 36 million have been returned in the mail. If we assume at least as many people will vote this year as in 2020, then it's safe to say about half of all registered voters have already voted early. And almost 3/4 of those early voters are above the age of 41, according to data from 9 states. Younger voters tend to come out on Election Day. And of the 6 states reporting gender data, we know 54% of early votes have been placed by women and just over 43% by men. Now, this is not necessarily indicative of much because women have been the majority of the electorate going back decades. And it's also tough to generalize whether Democrats or Republicans are more likely to vote early because not every reporting state provides party registration data. And there's still much more ahead here on Prime. As Election Day approaches, authorities are concerned about threats targeting polling sites and poll workers. Just how are they being protected? And gun violence in America has only gotten worse. But any new legislation remains a long shot in Congress. The nonprofit Every Town for Gun Safety still going toe-to-toe with the legislators nonetheless.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election Night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night, live.
Yo, partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending.
I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close out a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Deadpool and Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+.
That's the whole package right there.
It's the biggest R-rated film of all time.
Come again?
It's action-packed.
Us? A team? Next level.
Glorious fun. Marvel's biggest triumph.
This is what I'm talking about.
Hilarious.
Something funny, Bob?
And verified hot on Rotten Tomatoes.
You really are God's perfect idiot, aren't you?
Deadpool and Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Hey, Luke, I am so excited to host the CMA Awards again.
Nashville, here we come.
Hang tight, honey, got a pocket full of money and I'm headed straight home to you.
Landy, what are you doing here?
I'm hosting the CMA Awards with y'all. I think I can add something you ain't never had before.
Like what?
Like humor, style, a little bell-bottom flair.
I guess we do need you, Landy.
That's the spirit. Y'all ready to do this?
I can pull off bell bottoms.
Sure you can, buddy.
Want to take you now to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump's 3rd stop of the day with the election tomorrow. Let's hear from former President Trump, unfiltered in his own words. And when he concludes, our ABC News Live team will be here to check the facts and break down the details of his plans. Let's listen in.
These are great people, let me tell you. I love them. I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple and easy to understand question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Does anybody disagree? It's dangerous, don't do it. But over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala Harris has delivered soaring prices and economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and nation-destroying invasion on our southern border like nobody's ever seen before. She's actually a disaster. My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't, and we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, and indeed the whole world, to new heights of glory. And we'll help the world. A lot of people think we're isolationists. We're not. But we want the world to appreciate what we're doing. They have to appreciate that we're helping them. When we win election, only one day, oh, does that sound nice? One day from now. Oh. We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years. Right? Look at all these senators. Look at all these senators and congressmen. We've been waiting 4 years. Oh, now it's what I've been saying. Only 1 year from now. Only 6 months from now. It's 6 months. 6 months. Even when I said only 10 days, it still sounded tomorrow. I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border, and we will stop it rapidly. I will strengthen our military. And as you know, we totally rebuilt our military, but now it needs a little strengthening after giving a big chunk of it to Afghanistan. Figure that out. Figure that one out. I will restore peace in the world, and I will rescue the American dream. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen, and we'll do it by utilizing the assets that we have. If you vote for Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster. Our country may never recover. Vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring income, and a colossal surge of jobs, wealth, and opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed, every one of them. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. So many people mention, I go in, so many people mention groceries, that beautiful but simple word, groceries. Sir, my groceries. You don't think of it that way, but that's what they mention more than anything, my groceries. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner. Your communities will be richer, and your future will be brighter than ever before. This will be the golden age of America. Just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, not far from where we are tonight, an assassin tried to stop our movement. And this is the greatest political movement by far in the history of our country. Tried to stop it. But that brush with death did not stop us. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a frisky group. Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many, many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many, many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want your vote. We are on the 5-yard line. I would actually say we're on the 1-yard line, if you want to really know the thing. And some of the, oh, that's a lot of fake news back there. Look at that. You know, for a person that they hate, they sure do show up, right? Man. That's a big group of people. Some are actually good, and some are just absolutely terrible. All right, thank you for being here. It shows that ratings are more important than hatred. I've always said that. As your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. I will fight. Together we will save this country. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, and America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. That's what it is. But we got to start immediately. It can't wait any longer. It's not going to be possible. This is all you really need to know. It's simple, not particularly beautiful as a statement, but very simple. It's Kamala broke it. I will fix it. Thank you. And I don't know if you know, but Kamala has a little rally going on. And when I say little, I mean little. It's a competing rally. It's not this giant place that's sold out. What a beautiful, this is a beautiful place. But, and it's quite embarrassing. It's all over the internet. She's screaming. And the people, it's about 100 people, they're not moving. They just want to go home, just be done with it. It's not quite this. You see the front row? You have a lot of front row Joes. We have more front row Joes here than she's got at her big rally. This was the big one. No, it's a whole hoax. She tried to get stars to come in, and they wouldn't do it, actually. She'd go and get Beyonce. No. Beyonce would come in. Everyone's expecting a couple of songs. And there were no songs. There was no happiness. It's just like, give me my check. I want to get out of here. But you always put the star. She should have learned this from Crooked Hillary. Always put the star after you. That way the people stay. Finish your speech. Let the star, and even if she doesn't sing, they booed like hell, but The press didn't play that. They booed both of them the hell out of the stadium. But you know what? Even though the act was terrible, it's like by that time you're out of the building, like Elvis had left the building. Elvis has left the building. Now it's terrible. They obviously forgot to get a star tonight, but we don't need a star. We don't need stars. I never had a star. No. We don't need a star. Just to bring it back into seriousness, we don't need a star because we have policy. We have great policy. We have great policy. No, we do have great policy. Look, they have horrible policy. They've got a machine that's incredible. They've got a vicious, horrible, horrible group of people, a machine where they can have open borders and let people pour into the country. They can have transgender operations at any age, anytime you want. They can be pushing men playing in women's sports. And because she's just a vessel, and Joe Biden was just a vessel, it's a group of very powerful people that are probably people that hate our country and they want to destroy our country. Somebody said, are they dumb? Well, who would have these? It's embarrassing when I say, we will keep men out of women's sports. I'm saying, can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? They'd say, this guy's cracked up. This guy's crazy. Who the hell's going to have men playing? Did you see the Olympic boxing where two people who transitioned? They transitioned from men to women and just a light jab. That was the end of that one. You know, a jab, for those that don't know, but that's just sort of like a defensive punch. And the young lady who was a champion walked back to the court. She was from Italy, beautiful young lady, which I'm not allowed to say. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young. In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful anymore. It's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. Sure. Tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough, you can't take it anymore. She's the least talented person we've ever seen in government. She allowed our borders to be open. She's allowed bad things to happen. She allowed a man who was grossly incompetent to remain in the most important position of any country in the world when they're talking nuclear weapons and they're talking wars. And she still says, oh no, I didn't notice anything wrong. If she didn't notice anything wrong, then she's got a bigger problem than he has. So we don't like it, Kamala. We don't like what you've done. You're the worst vice president in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Right? See, I consider all those guys back there with the big muscles, and it's not my thing, but I consider them really beautiful to me. They're beautiful people, and they are productive people. They make our country work and run. They built our country, they did. And then you had stupid politicians that let them down. And those companies got taken out of Pittsburgh and every place else, like you take candy away from a baby. But now we have the exact opposite. If we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. It's very simple. And I do believe it is, I say you have to make, I do believe it is too big to rig. I think it's too big to rig. They'll try. And they are trying, you know, though. It's too big to rig. This is a big movement. This is, you know, we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened. He turned out to be a brilliant candidate from his basement that nobody ever heard. No, this is that big, powerful, vicious party. No, that's a vicious machine. I mean, they can take all these bad ideas and win elections. It's like there's only way you could do that. One way. There's only one way. But you know what it did teach us? In one way, it was good because it taught us how bad a communist philosophy is, how bad a Marxist philosophy, how bad all of this stuff is. And we'll really be able to get our country back the way it should be. It's much easier because you're going to realize how bad it is. It's just what's happening when we go over the economy and the economic numbers over the last week. It's Herbert Hoover stuff, and I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover. Let me just tell you, the one president I didn't, and there was some that I wouldn't want to either, but in particular because I'm very good at business. I've always been good at business. They're starting to realize that. Those guys back there, they wanted me to be bad, so bad. But now they're saying, this guy's shit, man. He's made a lot. But listen, so, and if I'm not good enough, Elon Musk is good enough because he is working so hard. Elon with that rocket. Think of that rocket 2 weeks ago coming down and those engines are blasting. And I said, man, a few days ago it left, it was a beautiful crystal white. Now it's all like fire blazing. They know about that. Like it went through a steel furnace, by the way, but that's what it did. 10,000 degrees coming down at like 20,000 miles an hour. So think of it, a car's going 90, you're going, this is like 20,000 miles coming down, 22-story building. Then it stops, starts flipping around, starts finding this crazy site in the middle of it, wherever it was. And I told this story, I hope I don't bore you with it, but I had this guy on the phone. I told it at another rally, and I don't want to bore. Did anybody hear this story? Should I tell it again? It's quick. I hate to tell it again. I hate to double up, but this is sort of. So I'm talking to this guy, one of the most important people in the nation, in his mind, only in his mind. And because I was president, and they say most likely, like about a 96.2% chance. Well, we can't, look, we can't remember. If you remember 2016, I was given a 3% chance of winning. And then I won Florida, and it went to, think of it. So she was at 97, and I was at 3. Then I won Florida, she went down to 92. Then I won Georgia, then I won North Carolina, then I won South Carolina, then I ran the whole East Coast. And then people started going crazy. Remember the woman with the glasses and that big head of hair? She was screaming. I said to my beautiful wife, why is she screaming? We're going to make America great. Why is she screaming? But she was not too happy. I wonder whatever happened to that woman. She became famous. They were going crazy. Then she had a 55% chance. Then it was a 49%. They went crazy. But that was something. So based on what I'm hearing, he's at right now 4%. She's at 4%. And so we never want to take anything for granted. But we're really doing well. If you vote, here's the story. We have the ball. It's ours to win. The only thing I ask is that you go out and vote. Because if you vote, we're going to win. And believe the fake news when they say, this is going to be tight, it's really not tight. But they want to do that because they want to get ratings. They want everybody to watch. But you got to do this. You got to just forget those people because they don't tell the truth, okay? No. Well, actually, I didn't even correct him because it's actually better if let everyone think it's going to be tight as hell. But whether it is or not doesn't matter. You have to go out and we have to swamp them. Everybody's got to vote.
Donald Trump there at a rally in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania tonight on this election eve. And he talked about a number of things here, saying Kamala broke it, I will fix it. At one point, he looked directly at the camera and said, Kamala, you are the worst VP in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you are fired. Get out. He described to those in attendance that he will rescue the American dream. He said that we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom this world will ever see. And joining us now at that rally, Mary Alice Parks there in Pittsburgh. Mary Alice, break down what we've been hearing tonight.
Yeah, Lindsay, it's a little bit hard to hear you. It's louder. It's both loud in here and then goes quiet. Look, this is a crowd full of Donald Trump's fervent supporters. When he came on stage, I saw grown men near tears, excited to see the former president, veterans standing on chairs, saluting the former president. This is a crowd that is excited to vote for him, many telling me that they have already voted for him. You know, this speech has been largely focused on him, light on policy, light on issues, like has been the case with the majority of his rallies and speeches the last few days and weeks. He used language like, I will restore peace in the world, I will rescue the American dream. He said he was surprised in the last few days to hear that people are still concerned about the price of groceries. Of course, we're not surprised to hear that. Voters tell us that every day. Look, his longest, I would sort of say, issue conversation was around the idea of transgender Americans. Look, this has been a major part of this campaign. We've talked about the economy, we've talked about immigration, but we know in this final stretch, his team has been absolutely hitting the airwaves with ads about being very sort of anti-trans, hitting this idea about men playing in women's sports. It was his first policy issue that he talked about tonight, and that stood out to me because it's not exactly one that we often talk about, like the economy, like immigration, but it was a topic hit over and over by every single speaker before he took the stage and by the former president himself, Lindsay.
And talk about the significance. I mean, we've been mentioning Pennsylvania for several months now, and just how important the Keystone State is. Of course, both candidates paying a lot of attention to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It is the biggest of the battleground states. Arguably, whoever wins here will win the whole thing. But that's also because of what it would mean for Vice President Harris. Look, if she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania and holds that one blue dot in Nebraska, that's 270. That's enough. Just barely enough. That's the magic number, but that's enough. And so, look, the former president knows that if he can flip this state, he really disrupts her easiest path to victory. And look, this is not only, I would say, sort of the biggest state in terms of the Electoral College, but also such a range of voters. I mean, we think about Pittsburgh, union workers, the Steel City, manufacturing. We think about the middle of the state, much more rural. I mean, there's that old joke that Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia with Alabama in between. Philadelphia, the sort of, obviously the historic significance for our country, but also a really, frankly, blue stronghold with a lot of young voters, more diverse voters, college-educated voters. So I think that part of it, too, is not only just the Electoral College significance, I mean, and what it would make for both of them as they try to reach 270, what it would mean for getting both of them to the White House, but also they believe that if they can speak to the range of voters in Pennsylvania, then they are speaking to the range of voters across the country, Lindsay.
And also, Mary Alice, Trump is hearkening back to his last rally of the 2016 campaign with his next and final stop, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And I said to him, fellas,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be in Michigan, like I said, they're trying to break that so-called blue wall. I mean, we have seen these two candidates hopscotch around these same 7 states for the last several weeks. Michigan would be a huge win for former President Trump. Of course, he won there in 2016, but then lost pretty significantly in 2020. You know, one of the ways that President Biden was able to flip Michigan back blue was by really running up the score in places like Detroit, Detroit, being in Grand Rapids. It's a different kind of Michigan voter. But again, talking to union voters, talking to those that care about manufacturing in this country, and former President Trump trying to once again sort of break apart what has so long and so historically been a stronghold for Democrats, the Democratic Party. And of course, we know that often, historically, Michigan and Wisconsin vote together. And so, of course, Democrats are hoping that that's true again this year, but Republicans are as well, that sort of upper Midwest, will that Rust Belt part of this country move one way or the other in this race. We don't know for sure, but both candidates counting on that.
Yeah, the Sun Belt, the Rust Belt, and Pennsylvania. So many people eager to see what happens, in particular with those 7 battleground states tomorrow. Mary Alice Parks, our thanks to you. As we've been reporting, the campaign season has seen an extraordinary level of threats against polling sites and election workers. We're just getting new video of that ballot box explosion in Washington state. You can see a car driving up, and a short time later, the ballot box explodes. The FBI is leading the investigation. Officials are working to make sure affected voters can resubmit their ballots. And the FBI received more than 2,000 threats against election workers since the 2020 election. Officials are preparing for a wave of misinformation within the next 24 hours. Joining us now is the head of the Brennan Center for Justice, Michael Waldman. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. First, let's just talk about the civic exercise of voting. What do you make of the 80 million Americans who've already voted early?
Well, people are eager to participate. People are eager to have their voices heard. And people are taking advantage of these new ways to vote, early voting in particular. But that still means a lot of people are going to have that time-honored sort of civic ritual of showing up on Election Day. You know, this compressed campaign with only 3 months where Vice President Harris has been the nominee actually has made it more exciting, more like almost like a European campaign, snap election, than it would have been otherwise. And so we expect a very high turnout. And despite the intense and growing and far more organized threats to the election from the conspiracy theorists and the election deniers, the system is much stronger than it was 4 years ago. There are new laws. Law enforcement is very involved in protecting polling places, and Americans should have very little difficulty voting tomorrow in a way that is calm, probably uneventful, and secure.
That said, how do you think the elections are going so far? Because, of course, we started out this segment with you showing the video of those ballots exploding, so people see things like that and think, oh, that must be happening everywhere. So, by and large, do you feel like things are going smoothly?
Overwhelmingly smoothly, yes. It's important for all of us to not overreact to one, cell phone video of a bombing of a Dropbox somewhere. That's exactly what the conspiracy theorists want us to do. What I'm more worried about is what comes after the election, because Donald Trump and others have said, well, the only way he can lose is if there's massive cheating. And already it appears that Russia and others are pumping disinformation into the system, and we can expect a lot of fake videos, deep fakes, a lot of lies coming not before the voting, but after. It's really important we remember it's going to take a few days to count the votes. That doesn't mean it's a problem. It doesn't mean there's fraud. It just means that the public servants who run the elections are doing their job conscientiously.
So if you were a betting man, when do you think that we might be able to determine who has won this election? And I'm asking that based on when you think we're going to start getting those results in, because a number of the states, including Pennsylvania, they're saying that they have newer, faster equipment and that they could very well have their results by Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning.
So it varies state by state, and it really would be better if all states were as fast as they could be. Michigan and North Carolina, among these swing states, are likely to come in early. Pennsylvania did not change its law to make it so they could start counting absentee ballots before Election Day. They do have new equipment, and that should make a difference. Again, we're not going to know the results. We have heard already that Donald Trump is going to claim victory tomorrow night, just as he did in 2020. before the votes are counted. And so whenever we hear him or any other candidate claiming victory before the votes have been counted, know that it's basically, it's not real. It's not on the level. And that's part of the disinformation we all have to kind of have our guard against.
Front and Center head Michael Waldman, we thank you so much for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joining us now, Michael Tyler, Communications Director for the Harris-Walz campaign. 24 hours to go. How are you feeling tonight?
Hey, thank you so much for having me. 24 hours to go, and we're feeling really good. We're obviously here in Philadelphia tonight to close out the campaign. But as you know, the vice president and the governor have both been crisscrossing all the battleground states here in the final stretch of this campaign, making sure that the voters that are going to decide this election know that they will have, if they vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, leadership in the White House that is focused on them, that is providing them solutions. So we feel good about where we are, but we're leaving nothing to chance. Just this past weekend, we knocked on over 3 million doors, 1.5 million doors right here in the state of Pennsylvania, making sure that we're reaching every single voter that we need to get to 270 electoral votes. So we feel good, but we're sprinting through the tape here between now and polls closing tomorrow night.
Curious if you just heard from our prior guest. He said that he fully expects that Donald Trump is going to declare victory before the votes have been tallied. What's the Harris campaign's response if that happens?
Yeah, I think that's probably right. We saw Donald Trump do that in 2020. Fully expect him to do the same in 2024. I think if you watch his behavior down the stretch of the final few days of this campaign, it's the language of a person who understands that he very well may lose this election. And so it's not going to be any surprise to us if come tomorrow night before votes are tallied, Donald Trump also tries to claim victory. But the problem for Donald Trump, if he tries that, is that he tried it in 20, it did not work. We know what his playbook is. We've got the rules, the legal at our disposal to push back against this nonsense. And in the United States of America, the voters decide who wins the presidency. It will be no different in 2024, and I think it's important that everybody watching understands that.
And if we still have you, what's the final message Vice President Harris will tell voters tonight and tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think our final message, frankly, is go vote, right? We spent a lot of time, this has been over a 100-day campaign. Vice President Harris is a prosecutor, has laid out her case. She's presented the evidence against Donald Trump. She made her closing argument, beginning on the ellipse. She's going to do it once more here on the Rocky Steps here in Philadelphia, making sure that people understand that come January 20th, one of two people is going to walk into the Oval Office. It's either going to be Donald Trump with his enemies list in hand, or it's going to be Kamala Harris with her to-do list. So if you want a fighter who's going to get up every single day, focus on solutions that actually improve your lives, that of your family, and your community, go to iwillvote.com, make a plan to vote before polls close tomorrow.
Now, Vice President Harris, as you know, was caught on the mic last weekend expressing some concern about getting enough of the mail vote. How has the campaign's messaging been tweaked to try to bring more men into the fold?
Yeah, listen, this campaign has been going everywhere, talking to every single voter, including men. In fact, I think there's only one candidate in the final stretch of this race that is actually speaking to the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations of men. That's Vice President Harris. That's why we put out an opportunity economy agenda that speaks directly to how we can grow small businesses in Black and Latino communities for Black and Latino men entrepreneurs. There's only one candidate that is actually focused on what men can achieve in her administration. That's Vice President Harris. The other guy, Donald Trump, his entire approach to this campaign has been about dividing communities, dividing us, whether it's based upon gender, whether it's based upon class, whether it's based upon race and ethnicity. That is his chief currency. On the other side, you have Vice President Harris, who's not focused on what separates us, but is focused on bringing people together and being a president for all Americans. That is the type of leadership that Americans, no matter who they are looking for. And that's why you see amongst all of these late-breaking undecided voters, they continue to move towards Vice President Harris in the final stretch of this campaign. So that is our message in the final 24 hours of this race. It's a candidate who's actually thinking about you, your family, your community, who no matter what the issue is going to look for ways that we can bring people together to actually solve our problems.
All right, we're going to try and let you save your voice. Michael Tyler, Communications Director for the Harris-Walz campaign. We thank you so much for joining us tonight. Turning now to Arizona, Republicans are looking to flip the state back after President Biden won it in 2020. A rare win there for a Democratic presidential candidate. Meanwhile, the state is bracing itself after facing harassment stemming from election conspiracy theories. Joining us now is Elizabeth Schulze there in Phoenix for us. And Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us. What have election officials in Arizona been saying about their preparations for tomorrow?
Lindsay, I was in a press conference today with some of the top election officials for Maricopa County here. This is the 4th biggest county in the United States, and it likely will determine the results in Arizona, which, as we know, is a critical state to determining the results in the presidential race. And their key message was that they have been preparing for this election basically since 2020. They have beefed up staffing, added more voting booths, more poll centers, more workers. They are really preparing for what they expect to be a big day of turnout tomorrow when it comes to voting in person. Typically, a lot of people here in Arizona do vote early, but they are also preparing the public for long lines at the polls tomorrow. And that's because the ballot here in Arizona, Lindsay, is as long as it's been in more than 20 years. It's 2 pages back to front, so that will take a longer time for people to fill out. It'll also take a longer time to process and count those ballots. So that's the other message we're hearing from election officials, is that they do not expect to know the results here, at least in Maricopa County. Tomorrow night, it could take days. It could even take weeks. It took 10 days for the results to be known back in 2020, and they're very much bracing the public for that kind of an outcome here this time, too. But there was one other really notable takeaway from officials here. They say that regardless of who wins, they are really urging that candidate to accept the results once they are officially called and to move on, Lindsay.
Weeks. Say it is not so, Elizabeth Schulze. It cannot be weeks. All right. So you met with law enforcement today in Maricopa County, which became a target, of course, of election conspiracy theories and where election officials have faced threats and harassment. What specifically are officials there doing to prepare for these issues this time around?
Right, and you'll remember Maricopa County really became a hotbed for conspiracy theories, for some of those protests from Trump supporters, election deniers. They went to the election voting center where a lot of those votes are counted, and they protested. And so this year, the sheriff's office doesn't want to take any chances. They've implemented new security measures, and we had a chance to talk to the sheriff today. He talked about how they say they are going to be ready. They want to make sure that people have the right to protest, but they also want to make sure that everyone inside that ballot center is safe. Take a listen. Are you 100% prepared for any threat that comes up?
Yes, 100% prepared. You know, the bottom line is we can't predict everything that's going to happen, but we have prepared, equip, and train our staff to make sure that we have a posture that will make sure that we are safe and secure.
One of the steps they've implemented, Lindsay, is that they're going to have horses basically standing by, police who would ride on horseback if there are crowds get out of control. We got an exclusive look at just how these policemen are standing by, ready to do that crowd control if needed, but they are really trying to walk a fine line here. They want to make sure that they're not intimidating voters. They don't have a security posture that would discourage anyone from going out tomorrow, but they also are very much sending a clear message that they are prepared if this does escalate to take control and to ensure that safety is obviously the top priority, Lindsay.
And what have Republicans and Democrats been doing on the ground there in the last few days to try to get those last Arizona voters out to the polls?
We have been talking to both campaigns, and they both say they have an exceptional ground game here in Arizona, Lindsay, and they point to operations not just here in Maricopa County and in these critical Phoenix suburbs, which we really know will ultimately determine a lot of the outcome here in the state, but also in more rural counties of the state. Some of the Trump campaign, especially through the Turning PAC USA point that's led by conservative activist Charlie Kirk, he is known to kind of be spearheading the effort to register new voters here. He has been trying to, that campaign has been trying to flip Latino voters, especially focusing on a message of economic populism. On the other hand, when we talk to the Harris campaign, they say they have 19 field offices here, more than they've ever had. That is more than the Trump campaign's 12 offices, and that they're also courting some of those voters in rural areas that are typically Republican strongholds. So we aren't just going to be watching the suburbs that we know will be critical, but really across this whole state when it's such a slim margin, you got to watch every area, Lindsay.
You certainly do. All right, Elizabeth Schulze, our thanks to you as always. Joining us now is GOP strategist Tricia McLaughlin and head of Next Gen America, Christina Sinsun Ramirez. Thank you both so much for joining us. Tricia, let's start with you. What are you going to be watching most as we start getting those exit poll results tomorrow and then, of course, the actual results?
I'm already looking at those early voting numbers. I've been poring over, especially Pennsylvania today. It's showing that there's a big delta going on. Democrats are down 600,000 votes from 2020, and Republicans are up just a slim margin, just 10,000. But that means that Democrats need a really big election day voter turnout tomorrow, especially in Pennsylvania. But I think it's going to also be interesting to see outside of those 7 battleground states, what's going to happen in New Mexico, what's going to happen in Virginia, New Hampshire, or is there something that we're not looking at right now? What's actually at play?
And Christina, what are you looking for?
You know, I'm really looking at what's going to be happening with especially young women across the country. And I'm sure it's been reported on this channel and others, the poll that came out of Iowa showing that there was nearly a 30-point gender gap in women voting for Democrats. I think abortion is clearly leading at the forefront for a lot of women. You know, you just had the 2 stories come out of my home state of Texas of Yoseli Barnica, a 28-year-old woman that was miscarrying a 17-week pregnancy and begged doctors for 40 hours, didn't receive the care she needed until the last hours, and then died. And then Navia Crane, another 18-year-old young woman that had to go to 3 different hospitals. This is, I think, at the forefront of what women are thinking about across the country, an extension of Trump and possibly nominating more Supreme Court justices and desperately wanting to have better access in healthcare. And so the numbers are showing that women are already going out in great numbers. And I think that that's the big question for tomorrow.
Tricia, it's been a long campaign season for Trump. Arguably, it's been 3,429 days since he first started campaigning for president back in 2015. The last Trump rally will take place in Grand Rapids tonight. It's the same place where he ended late in the evening in 2016. What do you make of that symbolism?
Well, I mean, I think he's come full circle since he came down that golden escalator. I think that he's brought a lot of issues to the forefront that weren't being talked about before. I remember, you know, immigration, that seemed very much like a fringe issue at the time. And now that's the number 2 issue on voters' minds. So he's really turned the tide with that. I think, you know, he's bringing back some of his old people. And I think that this is, you know, a big moment for him, and he's going to make his closing argument, which he previewed tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. It really focuses on policy and how he's going to improve the lives of the American people, and that's what we need to see from Donald Trump tonight.
And Tricia, just staying with you for a moment, because there are those who say prior to the Madison Square Garden rally that Trump may have had the momentum, and then there are those who describe that as really the October surprise. Are you concerned at all that and the offensive language that was used toward Latinos by some of the guests might have an impact ultimately on this race?
Well, after all of the lawfare, after all of the indictments, after, you know, some of the things Trump has said in the past, a lot of the media scrutiny, if people really think that a comedian making an off-color joke 2 hours before Trump was even in the building is really good, what's going to put Donald Trump in and, you know, turn the tide for Kamala Harris, I think that's pretty poor political analysis. I think that Democrats are grasping at straws. We're seeing the early vote numbers that are not looking great. Christina makes a great point that women need to make their voices heard this election cycle, but as compared to 2020, female turnout in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it's down. So people do need to get out, but we'll see if that gender gap, I know that's a silver lining for Democrats right now, but I don't think it's going to pan out, or it's not looking like it's going to right now.
Christina, you represent an organization that activates the youth vote. There's been a lot of talk about the gender divide among Gen Z voters. Is the Harris campaign doing enough to appeal to young men?
I think the Harris campaign is doing so much to appeal to young voters, Black and brown voters. And also, I would actually disagree. Trump's last rally has substantially hurt him with Latino voters in key states, especially with the Puerto Rican vote in Pennsylvania. Some of the polling I've looked at has shown that there was a 9-point gain for Harris because of those comments. Univision's polling showing overwhelmingly disgust and anger from the Latino community by these comments towards Trump himself, because he has a long history of making racist and offensive comments towards the Latino community, and that really just consolidated people's opinion and viewpoint. young people, diverse voters, all voters matter. But for the Harris to win, she really needs young people to turn out. I've been on college campuses in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and I've seen how excited young people are, and that is because of the candidate that Harris is. So much of a gain in momentum since she became the candidate over Biden with these key voters that she needs to win.
Christina, Tricia, we thank you both so much for your time and insight tonight. Now let's get to our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. And Matt, you are there where Vice President Harris is expected to speak later tonight in her final message. Just set the scene for us.
Well, we just heard the Roots thumping and bumping and getting a lot of people right behind me dancing. But also in the background, you can hear some Free Palestine. There are protesters just outside the venue here at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Those are the rocky steps behind me where Vice President is going to address this crowd of several thousand in probably about an hour or two. She's expected a little bit later tonight. But a really star-studded group here, and it is a way to close out an historic campaign, I suppose. But we have Ricky Martin, the Roots just played, Lady Gaga, Adam Blackstone. There are DJ Cassidy, just a whole bunch of people that lots of folks here have been waiting for with great anticipation. So it's one way to close it out in the most important state, the biggest prize of them all, of all the battlegrounds, Lindsay. And both former President Trump and Vice President Harris need Pennsylvania. They can win without it, but it would sure make everything a lot easier to have the 19 delegates here.
And you talked about the Roots, of course, quintessential Philadelphia right there. Matt, I know you've been talking with dozens of election officials in Pennsylvania. What are you hearing from them about the way votes will be counted and when we might start to see the results in the Keystone State?
Lindsay, I can't hear you so well, but I think you asked about what Pennsylvania election officials are telling us.
Exactly.
Well, from Governor Shapiro, with whom I spoke yesterday, to the Secretary of State, to rank-and-file election officials across about the 10 counties that I've spoken to in the battleground counties, they insist that what they've done here is offer a free and safe and fair election process to the people. There have been hiccups. There has been this sort of disappearance of possibly thousands of ballots in Erie County, which is a pivotal county. Some of them went to the wrong address. Some of them didn't arrive at all, but they are being dealt with. Officials there do worry, however, that that might delay the count there by days, possibly even weeks. So that is a concern. But the allegations that voter fraud has started, that there is a conspiracy afoot, that ballot boxes are being moved, the governor on down dispute that. They call that a blatant lie. But they are aware that they are in a race against the clock. They've got to tally the votes as quickly and as accurately as possible, they say, in a much shorter amount of time than they did it in the 2020 elections, when it took 5 days because of the mass of mail-in ballots and the COVID constrictions upon which all of us were working back then. They think they can do it by perhaps Wednesday afternoon, maybe a bit later for the more competitive counties, but they hope to have a pretty fair assessment of where we are by at least Wednesday, Lindsay. And that's their focus right now. And the second is to make sure that everybody is safe and that nobody gets hurt. That is another primary issue here.
All right, Wednesday seems like a really good goal. Matt Gutman for us there in Philadelphia. From Philadelphia, let's go back to Pittsburgh, where we can take a live look at that rally where Donald Trump on stage there with 3 of his children and also his daughter-in-law there, who also is co-chair of the RNC. But Donald Trump flanked by 2 of his sons, daughter and daughter-in-law, as he continues to speak with those in attendance for that Pittsburgh rally. This is his 3rd rally of the day. Started out in Raleigh, North Carolina, then Reading, Pennsylvania, staying there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and then heading over to Grand Rapids, where he will close out this election cycle, this run for president, which, as he has said, this will be his final run for president. Donald Trump, once again, still greeting, and we'll take another listen in as he talks to those Pittsburgh rally.
He's the one that pushed her in the first place, and look what happens. I mean, I hope it happens, because if it doesn't happen, this country's in big trouble. But we've been doing this now for 9 years, and we had a great first term. We rebuilt our military. We cut taxes more than any president in history, including Ronald Reagan, who did a big tax cut. We cut more regulations. We developed an open space force through the Congress, and I think that's going to go down. First time in 82 years that last one was the Air Force. We did that. I mean, think of all the different things that we did. We're respected all over the world. China respected us. Everybody respected us. There was no laughing at your leader. They came up with all these hoaxes, Adam Schiff and all this scum that we have in this country. They're scum. And they knew it was a hoax. And they tried to put this guy who didn't know anything about Russia, they tried to put him in jail, Adam Schiff, conceived of the story. Think of it. Adam Shifty Schiff, one of the truly unattractive people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the largest head and the smallest neck. He's got a neck that's about 4 inches around. He's got a watermelon on top of it. But he's not a stupid person, but he's an evil kind of person. And he's likely going to be a senator, unfortunately. But, I mean, this scum is going to be a senator. So their movement carries on, but our movement carries on, too. As long as ours carries on. No, he's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. Do you think he can play football for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I don't think so. One shot, and there goes the whole thing would fall apart. One little shot. One tiny tap like that, boom, falls off. No, but bad. But think of how bad this is. I don't want to put him on the spot, but this kid went through hell on a story that they knew was made up, Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. And I saw Schiff come out of an intelligence meeting or something. He's not supposed to even do this, but he goes out into this press, and he says, Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail for what he's done with Russia. Right? And I said, whoa. I said, what's this all about? So I called him up. I said, Don, what's going on? I said, Dad, I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't do anything. He went before grand juries. He went before what they did to this guy was, and you know what? I think he became tougher because of it, maybe too tough. I think he's too tough, Sarah. I don't like it. He's too tough. They've made my son too tough, Mike. But he's a great guy, and he's a good person, and they put him through hell. But think of it. What person, and Hillary was in the act, they spied on my campaign. It's now proven. Spied on my campaign. The Russia, Russia, Russia thing with Mueller. You saw Mueller's performance in Congress, right? He didn't know anything. We were totally exonerated. But for 2 years, this guy went through hell. He went through hell. He had nothing to do with Russia. He didn't know anything about it. They went through millions of phone calls. They didn't find one phone call to Russia. It was a hoax. But think about how bad you have to be. We're going to put the son of the President of the United States in prison for what he's done with Russia. And he knows it was a hoax because he conceived of the hoax along with Crooked Hillary and the rest of them. And Obama, in my opinion. No, but think of it. He conceived of a hoax, and he wants my son to go to prison. That is human scum, I'm sorry. And he'll probably go on to be a senator, and that's okay because we have blocked them.
All right, Donald Trump there, flanked by his family members in Pittsburgh. And I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who joins us now from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where former President Trump will have his next rally tonight after he finishes up there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Selena, what do you expect Trump's message will be throughout the evening tonight?
Well, look, his campaign advisors certainly want him to stick to the issues, that is the economy and immigration. And according to excerpts from the former president's speech, he's going to be painting a dark picture of America as a failed nation, one overrun by chaos and division. And he's going to vow that he would crack down on illegal immigration and crime and vow to end inflation. Now, of course, the big question is whether or not he can stick to those issues. As we've heard from his previous rallies, he tends to meander in what he calls, quote, the weave. And we've also heard the former president use increasingly violent and extreme rhetoric. Just a few days ago, he used violent language against former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Then just yesterday at a rally in Pennsylvania, he suggested that he wouldn't mind if the journalists covering his rally were shot at. But look, regardless of what happens tonight, this is going to be a historic moment. This is going to be his last rally. This is going to close out nearly a decade of Trump rallies, which have really become become a fixture of American politics. And Lindsay, something else I'm going to be watching for is crowd size. This is something that Donald Trump really cares about. And I can tell you that right now in this arena, we still have a couple hours to go before he's intended to take the stage. But you can see behind me, the crowd is full and fired up. But there is an upper level of this arena that is currently completely empty.
And what are you hearing from voters at Trump's rally tonight? And how are they reacting to the rhetoric, which has grown increasingly dark?
Look, the reason why they're supporting the former president, many of the voters here tell me, is because of the economy and immigration. They believe that the former president is going to bring prices down, is going to lower inflation. Even though inflation has been cooling, the economy is growing, many Americans are still feeling the pinch of years of higher prices. And I'm really seeing that reflected here in the crowd today. The other issue is immigration. They believe that Donald Trump is going to have a more effective crackdown on illegal immigration. I did also ask several voters about the increasingly violent language that the former president is using, and some of them brush it off as just jokes, as the former president being a showman, but others tell me that they don't really like it. So just take a listen here to what some of the voters told me today.
The big one for me is immigration. Second one would be inflation. Just got to get inflation under control.
And what do you make of some of the language the former president has used to talk about women of color, his comments about Harris's identity and race?
I would love to work on his campaign, as his campaign manager, and say, hey, you can't say that. And kind of redirect his speech. I think he's just being funny because he's an entertainer.
Now, Lindsay, where Trump supporters and Harris supporters are aligned is that they're both anxious because both of them believe that the country would move in a very dark direction if the other person they are not supporting is elected. Lindsay.
And what are you hearing from your Harris sources about how they're feeling just one day out?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're feeling good about the momentum and energy behind them, but they made very clear that nothing's in the bag. And one senior campaign aide tells me that their army of staff and volunteers are going to be knocking on doors, making phone calls until the very last minute. And that is partly what is giving them some of this cautious optimism, is because the Harris campaign has built a stronger, more organized, more built-out ground game so that they've been able to knock on a huge number of doors in these last few days, in this last stretch, to try and sway those undecided voters. What's also really interesting is that I'm hearing from some senior campaign aides that those comments from Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, where a comedian had called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage, they tell me that those kinds of comments are swaying some of those undecided voters towards Vice President Harris. They're also banking on moderate Republicans to be brought into the fold, those moderate Republicans who just aren't comfortable with Donald Trump's character and the kind of rhetoric he uses. And what was really interesting, Lindsay, is that last night I was at Vice President Harris's rally in Michigan, and several Harris supporters told me that they knew Republicans in their community who would be voting for a Democrat for the very first time in their life. That is something the Harris campaign is banking on to push her across the finish line.
Almost at that finish line, Selena, our thanks to you. And on this, the final day of their campaigns, both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are taking aim at Pennsylvania one more time. Former President Trump spoke in Reading and also Pittsburgh today. He's still speaking in Pittsburgh now. That's before he leaves the state to give a final rally and final push in Michigan. Vice President Harris, however, is focusing all her efforts on those 19 electoral college votes at stake in Pennsylvania, with plans to make stops in 6 separate cities in less than 12 hours today. Joining us now in D.C. to break it all down is ABC's Alex Perche. Alex, we know how important Pennsylvania is. We've been talking about it for months now. What are we already seeing from the early voting numbers there?
Lindsay, you know, there's that old adage, as goes Ohio, so goes the nation. Really, you can apply that to Pennsylvania right now. And so we've been tracking these numbers through the University of Florida, and we have some early voting totals that show that roughly, and when it comes to mail-in ballots, and also keep in mind that folks can vote by mail in person in Pennsylvania, Democrats are still outpacing Republicans by a hefty margin here. here in terms of mail-in ballots. You got 57% to about 32 in terms of the request rate. Although whenever it comes to return rates, they're right on par. And listen, I mean, the margin of about plus 22 for Democrats is significantly less than it was last cycle. But the one thing to keep in mind, Linsey, and we've talked about this entire election cycle, is that while we have some inkling as to party affiliation whenever people are returning these ballots, we still don't know if they're actually voting party line. And that is the big outlier this election cycle.
Right, because of course Kamala Harris has been going out of her way to target in particular Republicans. And we've seen that with bringing Liz Cheney on board to attend many of her rallies. We're seeing some early voting numbers come in via the University of Florida Election Lab. What does that data tell us about Pennsylvania in particular?
Well, so in terms of Pennsylvania in particular, I mean, really, it's on track with the rest of the country that we're seeing just large waves of early voting. So nearly 81 million folks are early voting across the country. Looking at Pennsylvania in particular, these mail-in ballots requested were just over 2 million right now, about 1.7, nearly 1.8 of those already in. So you're looking at a return rate of just under 82%. Linsey, I mean, that is huge, especially whenever we talk about just how consequential Pennsylvania is. You mentioned the vice president is crisscrossed there all day today. She's wrapping up in Philly tonight with this concert of folks. And listen, I mean, I think we're probably expecting a data dump on this a little later on tonight, where these numbers will probably balloon even more. But you're looking at something that's encroaching on record voter turnout in Pennsylvania.
Both campaigns are pulling out all the stops in the battleground states across the country. What are their final messages to the American people as we wrap this, the final day? I can't believe we're finally here, Alex, but the final day before the election.
We made it, right? Well, so, I mean, you've heard this call from the vice president all day today, where she's really trying to sway that disaffected voter. Maybe the voter that is less so concerned with the policies and more motivated by the politics of civility, if you will. She had a rally earlier today where she really kind of appealed to that voter who doesn't like all of the divisiveness and is trying to expand that tent for them. And then you heard the former president not too long ago really try to drill down specifically in Pittsburgh, this blue-collar, hard-working town, that he wants to take America into the next golden age, really drilling down on that message of the economy. That has been central to his entire campaign. The economy is issue 1A, immigration may be issue 1B, but really trying to focus in on that. He also threw some red meat in there for his supporters. Listen, they love some of the rhetoric, and it's certainly something that gets them motivated. But ultimately, in these waning hours, it is about what is going to motivate turnout for your base, and you're seeing both candidates really lean into their strong suits on those fronts.
And Alex, I'm curious, as you've spoken with voters across the country, and we do continuously hear that economy and immigration are of top priority for many, in particular for Republicans, and by and large, based on the polls we've seen, that people trust Donald Trump on those two issues in particular. Does that vary by where you are? Are there some where you're seeing perhaps that abortion, people say, is top of mind for them in particular, because we know that both campaigns have been singling out the female voters, and white women in particular, of course, this country's largest voting bloc?
You know, it's really interesting because going to a Trump rally in the South is very different than going to a Trump rally in the Midwest. But I would say, specifically on the abortion issue, you find Trump supporters that aren't necessarily thrilled about the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe. Now, maybe they live in a state where it's still legal, and so it's not really confronted them, head on thus far. But they're satisfied with the Trump message that he's returned this decision to the states, and each state is playing out in its process. And they'll point to maybe him chastising the court of Alabama on certain things like IVF, and that's satisfactory to them. But I do think that for a lot of Trump voters, while immigration and the economy are usually the things that they point back to, for Harris supporters, and most of them have been kind of East Coast that I've come into contact with, it's less so issue related and more so the politics of civility, wanting to turn the page, wanting to unite, wanting to come together, wanting to build community, which is at her closing message today. The other thing, Linsey, that's been kind of interesting, we spoke to a number of voters at her rally here in Washington, D.C., where tens of thousands poured out. And the issues or the policies about her message around the economy that really resonated, it was at home health care for Medicaid, for taking care of an elder. And I think also the other thing was that student loan forgiveness, getting another crack at the apple with that through a Democratic administration. That was something that for a lot of the folks in line that we spoke to really kind of resonated with them.
All right, Alex Prochet for us. Our thanks to you, as always, Alex. And let's zoom out and put this historic election in some perspective. For that, we want to bring in ABC News contributor and presidential historian, Mr. Mark Updegrove. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. We've been highlighting on the show really the stark differences between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. From a historical context, is this really big divide we're seeing typical in American politics, or would you kind of throw out a superlative in this case?
The superlative would be the fact that we have never seen anything like this since the Civil War, Linsey. And it's as consequential as any election since the Civil War. There is a dramatic difference between these two candidates in so many respects. I think you'd have to, again, go back to the Civil War to see a greater difference between the candidates of major parties and how they see both the nation and the world. Donald Trump is not your typical presidential candidate. But if you go back earlier in the century to say Al Gore and George W. Bush, there wasn't that much difference. Yes, one's Republican, one's Democrat, but one didn't see our democracy as being fundamentally different than the other. They were fiercely protective of our system of government and would uphold it with their policy. Same's true with John McCain and Barack Obama, say. But there are vast differences between these two candidates, as dramatic as perhaps any we have seen in history, and again, making this election as consequential as any since the Civil War, Linsey.
In 2020, Donald Trump, many will remember, declared victory before he really could do that validly. So what should voters expect in terms of claims from the former president on election night? There are those who say that you can expect him to do this again, to say that he has won before all of the votes have been tallied.
This is a tactic by Donald Trump. We've seen it time and time and time again. He will boast about being the winner, whether the results reflect that or not. It's what he did in 2020. He said he was the winner, and then he challenged the results. And he challenged it with over 60 court cases, all of which upheld the results of the 2020 election. Despite that, Donald Trump contested the election and continues to say that he was the winner. Recently on the campaign trail, he said he should have never left office in the first place because he won. So we should expect that from Donald Trump as a tactic. We should also expect him to question the system by which we tabulate our votes, to claim it is rigged if it doesn't go his way. He's done this since before he entered politics, when he was on the hit show, NBC's hit show, The Apprentice, and didn't get an Emmy Award. He said that the system was rigged. And he has said that the system has been rigged against him ever since, whether he actually won the election or didn't. In 2016, despite the fact that he won the electoral vote, he also said he won the popular vote, which he lost to Hillary Clinton by well over 1 million votes. So we can expect this of Donald Trump, and we should probably anticipate it, Linsey.
No matter who wins, this election will be historic. In the case of Vice President Harris, you have what Hillary Clinton often referred to as the highest, hardest glass ceiling. That would be shattered and certainly significant for our country. What records would a Trump comeback break?
I'm not sure it would break a record, but I think you can say definitively, Linsey, that this would be the greatest political comeback in the history of our country. This is somebody who was impeached twice. This is somebody who waged January 6th and contested the election, as I mentioned earlier, very falsely. Somebody who was convicted on 34 felony counts. Somebody who was consistently flouted democratic norms. I mean, who would have thought that Donald Trump would resurge from the ashes of January 6th? And here we are in an election that is as tight as any, certainly, in this century. So it would be a remarkable comeback and a study in defiance and resilience, Linsey.
We've heard about the razor-thin margins of current polling, but this, of course, is not the first time that presidential race has been this close. What can we glean from how these close races have played out in the past?
You know, the Republicans have only won one popular vote in a general election since 1988, and that was in 2004 when George W. Bush beat John Kerry. So we can expect that the popular vote may not go to Donald Trump, but it's the Electoral College, as you know, that really counts. In 2000, we had an enormously close election, Linsey, which you would remember George W. Bush ultimately won. It came down to the state of Florida. The ballots there were recounted. George W. Bush won by 537 votes. The whole election was held up in the balance because it went to the courts. The Gore campaign wanted another recount, and so it took 37 days to declare George Bush the winner. He lost the popular vote by over 500,000 votes, but again, won Florida by 537 votes, getting 271 electoral votes to win the election. So we've had very close elections before. Our country has survived. We'll see what happens here. We have to remember, back in 2020, the election was held on a Tuesday, and we didn't get a definitive result until Saturday, and Joe Biden in that election won by 7 million votes, Linsey.
And Mark, last question to you. What do you think makes it, when you look at historically candidates for president of the United States, what do you think it is that makes Donald Trump different? There are people who say that they're playing by different rules, that what Kamala Harris is able to get away with, or what I should say, what Donald Trump is able to get away with, Kamala Harris is under a different level of scrutiny. As he has famously said that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and people would still stand by him. There have been a lot of questions about offensive language that he's used and others around him that he has not necessarily denounced in recent weeks and months and beyond, really. What do you think it is historically that makes Donald Trump so unique?
I don't know. He is an historic anomaly, to say the very least, Linsey. We've never seen anything like him. There is nothing that seems to stick to Donald Trump. We called Ronald Reagan the Teflon president because nothing stuck to Ronald Reagan. And yet something did stick. There was an Iran-Contra scandal and other things that we held Ronald Reagan accountable for. Nothing, however, seems to stick to Donald Trump. That defiance, that vindictiveness, that vengefulness seems to work for the Trump brand. It doesn't seem to alienate his supporters. I don't know why. None of the traditional conventions or norms seem to stick to Trump, but maybe that in itself is the answer, Linsey, because he is so wildly different from anybody who has ever been in the political arena at that height. Maybe that's the answer, but I can certainly say that this is a cult of personality that we have not seen in my lifetime.
Mark Updegrove, our thanks to you as always. Thank you. Zareen Shah joins us now. Zareen, busy day for both candidates, but for Vice President Harris, she is making multiple stops, but staying all within the Keystone State. Give us a recap of her day so far.
Yeah, it's been a very important day for her, Linsey, in Pennsylvania. She first went to Scranton, the home of Joe Biden, where she talked at length, but also didn't talk about Trump by name. She talked about him saying the other guy, which I think is really interesting in these last moments, especially when people want to hear a lot about her. She talked about her first campaign for DA in 2003, going back literally 20 years, talking about how she was just single digits in those polls, really making the case that she could beat those odds in that moment, making the case that she can beat the odds that no other woman has been able to beat tomorrow. She went to Allentown after that, major Latino community over there, 34,000 Puerto Ricans in that area. Fat Joe joined her there. She talked about momentum, the momentum that this campaign has. And then she says that she is not against something there. She says that she is for something. Again, really distancing herself a little bit from Donald Trump, making the case for herself. She went to Reading after that, where she went to a Puerto Rican restaurant there with AOC and Shapiro. She went door knocking there as well, where she talked to two different couples. One of the couples she spoke to, she really focused on common ground. The other couple, she asked them if they had voted. The woman said that she had already voted for Harris, that she was going to go to the polling booths tomorrow. The husband hasn't voted, she says, but she says he will vote tomorrow. The staff is really being told to keep their head down, to continue those door knocks, that every door counts, especially in a place like Pennsylvania. And in just a few minutes, we should be seeing Harris in Pittsburgh. DJ D. Nice will be there. Katy Perry's expected to be there. Andra Day. And it is a very, very long day for her, Linsey. She's going to end it in Philadelphia with Oprah, DJ Cassidy, Fat Joe, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, to really try hard to make those closing remarks.
The final sprint of her so far 106-day campaign. Now, early on, when she started out a little over 3 months ago, she described herself and her campaign as the underdog. Suddenly, really, in the last few weeks, there's been kind of a switch in tone, and she said, and we're going to win. We're going to win. Let me be clear. What do you make of that kind of switch that has happened within her campaign in recent weeks?
It's interesting because, you know, Linsey, she also says the word momentum, which I've been hearing a lot lately. And momentum doesn't mean I'm 10 points ahead. Momentum means you're either tied or you're behind, but you're catching up. And so it's interesting. She's signaling both those things, it feels like, in this moment, especially with that word. We see her a lot in Pennsylvania. That is a state that she really desperately needs. She's going from city to city in that state. I don't know if she really completely believes that she's going to win. She needs this state. She has to have it, or she feels certainly that, you know, winning might not be an option tomorrow.
You've certainly followed Vice President Harris's career for a long time. What do you think is most important for that campaign as we enter these final hours before Election Day?
Oh my gosh, the most important. I mean, you know, it's interesting when I think about her DA race and her AG race, those were really close races, Linsey. I mean, again, the DA race, she said it today, she was in single digits, the first poll she ever took, but she won it, right? And then she won that AG race. It was one of the closest races in California history. Even the DA general race, she wasn't supposed to win that. She beat out someone who was political royalty. That really changes just the psychology of a candidate. It has changed her. That's what a lot of people who are close to her say, that the race that you've seen her run these last 100 and something days, it is a different kind of candidate than you can really see in a Hillary Clinton, in a Barack Obama, in other candidates who have tried to run that final stretch. She has been shaped by so many close races, and that is really something that inspires people around her and probably keeps her going, too.
Zareen Shah, our thanks to you as always. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Linsey Davis. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thank you so much for streaming with us.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night Live.
True natural beauty, untouched, one of the last of its kind. But this comes at a cost. 5 countries, 5 incredible real stories of adventure, danger,
We have to go.
and deceit. These are the last lands, the national parks around the world that have to be saved.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David. David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
I'm Rachel Scott on the campaign trail in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
The Hollywood Studios want us to make a movie of our podcast.
It's a fabulous cast.
Action. I'm nervous playing you. The fearlessness, the complexity.
Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
I don't need an algorithm to tell me that this is box office gold.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and for bundle subscribers on Disney+.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are live on Election Eve tonight, just hours until the polls open all across this country. It was Abraham Lincoln who once said, elections belong to the people. It's their decision. And more than 78 million Americans, we're hearing now, 80 million Americans have already exercised that sacred democratic right, voting early. Both candidates barnstorming those key swing states at this hour, and they will both have campaign events that go well into the night. At this hour, let's take a look in Pittsburgh. Donald Trump has been speaking there before he makes his way to Michigan for his final rally of the 2024 campaign. And Vice President Harris has spent all day in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. Of those key 7 battlegrounds, Pennsylvania looms large for both campaigns, the most electoral votes of the battleground states. Trump on the trail seemingly recognizing that no matter what, this is the end for his campaigning for president. His 3rd time now running for president. He'll end the night the same way he did in 2016, a late-night rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's been 3,429 days since he first went down that golden escalator in Trump Tower to begin what was, at the time, considered a long-shot presidential campaign. The rest is, of course, history. And some new history will be made starting tomorrow night. For Kamala Harris, it has been just 106 days since Joe Biden stepped aside and paved a way for her campaign. In the closing days, she's focused her message on the notion that democracy is on the line. We are here following it all for you tonight, and we'll bring you parts of the candidates' speeches. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is in the Keystone State of Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris will be headed after that event in Pittsburgh. Matt, just set the scene for us.
Right behind me, Lindsey, you may be able to see the rocky steps. They're all lit up and glittering. It gives you a sense of the amount of investment that the campaigns have put here. There are thousands of people to my left, thousands to the right, and this is expected to be a massively star-studded event with some of the largest and biggest celebrities in the country. Lady Gaga, Cedric the Entertainer is in Pittsburgh right now. Ricky Martin, the Roots have played, others, and of course, the vice president is going to cap her campaigning right here in Philly after 21 trips and spending part of the day trolling Donald Trump in Reading, PA, where she knocked on doors just about an hour or two after he finished his last campaign stop in Pennsylvania. This just gives you a sense of how important this state is for these two candidates, Linsey.
And remind us once again, because we've been talking now for months really about the Keystone State. Why is this so significant?
Y'all know that we are here to choose a better future.
In a couple of words, it's 19 delegates, right? But these are 19 delegates that both of these candidates absolutely need. It is a state without which it would be very difficult for either candidate to win the presidency. But it also is a bellwether state. It is a microcosm of the country in many ways. You have the big cities on either end that are deep blue, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, and in between a pretty rural area that has voted traditionally Republican and it has gone heavily to Trump in the last two elections. They have spent a tremendous amount of money here, Linsey, $600 million cumulatively. They have spent many, many days here, each making more than 20 trips. They have capped and ended their candidacies right here in Pennsylvania. For both of this, they feel like they've got to win this state in order to take it all, and they are pulling out all of the stops here tonight and have been for the past several days, Linsey.
Election officials there in Pennsylvania, what are they saying that concerns them?
Hey, tonight let's dance. And tomorrow, let's make history.
They're pretty concerned. I spoke to Romilda Kokomo from Luzerne. That's where Wilkes-Barre is. That's typically, it has been a swing county. It voted for Trump the last election. It went the other way before. She is concerned, number one, that there will be violence. They have an incident command set up. In fact, almost every county in the state has an incident command set up in anticipation of something going wrong. And those incident commands are usually in case of a mass casualty election, so they spent a tremendous amount of money. So first, she is worried about somebody getting hurt. Second, physical damage to property or facilities. And only third, her concern is that we get the vote in a way and in a timely manner. She hopes to get it done as quickly as possible. Most of the election officials I spoke to, Republicans and Democrats, say, listen, we are your neighbors, we are your friends, we are trying to get this right, and we couldn't even cheat if we wanted to because these systems are so protected by safeguards and so sophisticated. We promise you that it is free and fair, and they hope, most of them say they hope to get it done at the very latest by late Tuesday night, but most likely by midday or Wednesday afternoon, Linsey. That's when they hope to have the final tallies done here in Pennsylvania. Some counties might take longer, though.
All right. Well, sounds reasonable timeline there. Matt Gutman, our thanks to you. And just down the street in Pittsburgh from where Donald Trump is speaking, Kamala Harris is now speaking. Let's hear from the vice president, unfiltered in her own words, there in Pittsburgh with 1 day left until the election. Let's listen in.
Please send Bob Casey back to the United States Senate. And I thank everyone for being here and taking the time out of your busy lives to be here this evening. I love you back. I love you back. I love you back. All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States. But we still got some work to do. Because look, the race is not over and we must finish strong. So listen, here's the thing about the hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're done. We're exhausted with it. And Pittsburgh, we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a fresh start. And we are ready for a president who knows the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. And instead of stewing over an enemy's list, I will spend every day working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your life, because ours is not a fight against something, it is a fight for something. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. And we are not going back. And here's the thing, guys. We are fighting for a democracy. We are fighting for a democracy. And in a democracy, true leadership understands that the leader listens to the experts and listens to people who disagree with them. I will listen to people who disagree with me because I do not believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I will give them a seat at the table. That is what real leaders do. That is what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Pittsburgh, that is my pledge to you. And to you, I ask then, who here has a plan to vote? Fantastic. Okay, so help spread the word then. Polls are open here in Pennsylvania tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. You know that. Go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including where and when to vote and where to drop off your mail ballot, because we need everyone to vote, Pennsylvania. You will make the difference in this election. You will make the difference. And friends, listen, we are all here together because we love our country. We love our country, and when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism. I love you back. Love you back. And one of the highest forms of our love of our country is to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So Pittsburgh, listen, we got one day left to get this done. So now we work to get out the vote. Let's reach out in these next 24 hours to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and coworkers. And as we do that, let us really be true to what our campaign has been about from the very start. And on that, I say, please let us be intentional about building community. Let us be intentional about building coalitions. Because here's the thing, so much about these last several years has been about trying to make people point their fingers at each other, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, to try and make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition and reminding everyone that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let that be our goal. And let us remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So one last time, Pittsburgh, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Kamala Harris there in Pittsburgh, on her way to Philadelphia in front of the Art Center for a star-studded event. There she just said that our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, aspirations, and dreams of America. It is time for a new generation of leadership. We will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight. She said it is not a fight against something, it is a fight for something. To truly measure leadership, it is not who you beat down, but who you lift up. Let's bring in our Zareen Shah. Zareen, I know that you've covered the vice president for years now. What sticks out to you about these closing moments of her campaign?
I think what sticks out first is she didn't mention Trump again. You know, Linsey, she's talking about turning the page. She's really just saying, I've turned the page. Look at what that looks like. Look what that sounds like when we don't even talk about him. I think that there's a signaling there in these last moments, right? It also stood out to me again that she talked about momentum. You know, we were talking about a bit before how momentum doesn't really signify you're 10 points ahead. It sort of indicates you're either tied or you're a little bit behind, but you're catching up. It was actually her word of the year in 2023 after that Dobbs decision was made. She is someone who likes being the underdog on the rise. That is a place that she's comfortable in. She's been in that position for many years. And Linsey, in every close race that Kamala Harris has ever run in, she has always won that race, at least so far. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But momentum is definitely something that she thinks about and she obviously enjoys. She talked about real leaders giving opponents the seat at the table. A lot of people are going to hear that and they probably think, okay, that's of course something that a politician's going to say, right? Having followed her for such a long time in California, I can tell you that's something that she has done. You know, back in 2008, when a lot of people who in California were working to try and get her endorsement for Hillary Clinton, back when Hillary Clinton was running for president, Harris would not do it. She made a lot of enemies in that moment, brief enemies. People were mad at her in California, the big political figures. But they came around her. They ended up joining her team when she ran for Attorney General. And a lot of them stayed on with her for a very, very long time. A perfect example of how she gave her opponents a seat at the table, even in those early moments in her career.
And what are campaign sources telling you tonight? How are they feeling?
They feel, they've told a lot of people they feel nauseously optimistic, Linsey. I mean, look, a lot of these campaign staffers, they have been with her a long time, but some of them were Hillary folks. Some of them were Obama folks. The Hillary folks, I think they remember those days in 2016. They remember being in this moment several years ago and feeling perhaps a little overly optimistic. So a lot of them are sort of just waiting to see how things go, feeling the momentum that she's talking about, but really cautious going into tomorrow. A lot of folks, I've been asking folks, are you going to be at her event at Howard tomorrow? And they said no. They're going to be in Pennsylvania, knocking on doors until the very, very last moment there. That is what this means to them. They don't want any vote to go uncast for her.
And Katy Perry, we see on the split screen there, just taking the stage in Pittsburgh, another big name artist to go and endorse and suggest their support for Kamala Harris. And Zareen, we talked about this earlier, but I'm curious what you make of the kind of shift. Again, this has just been 106 days for this campaign. But early on, Kamala Harris would always say, let me be clear, we are the underdogs. But now, as we just heard her say once again on the stage there in Pittsburgh, we're going to win. We're going to win. What do you think is responsible for that shift?
Probably the momentum that she's talking about. I mean, but, one quick note, you were mentioning how Katy Perry just took the stage. You know, just a few minutes ago, we learned that Joe Rogan has also made an endorsement. It's for Donald Trump. We know he has a lot of followers as well. It's really interesting to see who is coming out in these final moments and who is making their endorsements or popping up on stage. But in terms of her and in her message in these final moments, the fact that she's maybe shifting a little bit, saying that we will win, I mean, who knows? She may actually think that she has this. I think if she can win Pennsylvania, she will feel like she's in a much better position. We know she's been in Pennsylvania all day today in so many stops, going door knocking, going to restaurants, having those rallies. We'll see how this all turns out.
We certainly will. And it's interesting that some stars are waiting so late, given the fact that you've had 80 million Americans who've already voted. The endorsements that are coming on the eve of Election Day now, people may have to revise their strategies going forward.
I can't believe Taylor Swift hasn't come out yet. I mean, for all the talk about Taylor Swift, we never saw her. So there's one star who has not yet, you know, made her appearance and perhaps never will in this race.
Didn't make her appearance, but did send out that note saying after the debate that she was going to vote for Kamala Harris and signing it. I think it was a childless cat lady. But Zareen Shah, our thanks to you. As always, we'll be speaking with you throughout the night. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins us now from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where former President Trump will have his next rally tonight after just finishing up speaking there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Selena, Trump looks like he's drawn once again a large crowd. We know that he likes to talk about those crowd sizes. What are you seeing around you in Grand Rapids? Just set the scene for us there.
Yeah, look, the audience here, the Trump rally goers, they are fired up today. And as you say, Donald Trump, he is proud of the crowd sizes that he can garner. But in some recent days at some of his rallies, the crowd size has actually been diminishing. Now, what's interesting is that, as you can see behind me, the stands are pretty much completely filled. But in front of me in the upper levels of this arena, they're actually mostly empty. So he's not supposed to take the stage for at least another hour. So we'll see if it ends up filling up. But look, regardless, this rally tonight, it is historic. It marks the end of nearly a decade of Trump rallies, which have really become a fixture of American politics. And we've received some excerpts of the former president's speech, and it is expected to be focused on crime and immigration and inflation. These are issues that his campaign wants him to focus on. The question is whether or not he will stick to the campaign message. In this speech, he's going to vow to end inflation and to crack down on illegal immigration, to crack down on crime. And I've been talking to some of the Trump supporters here today, and those are the very issues that are drawing them to the former president. But I did also ask them about Donald Trump's increasingly violent and extreme rhetoric that he's been using at recent rallies. They brush them off as jokes, as Trump being quintessential Trump. But one woman did tell me that she does not like that kind of language, and she wishes she could give the Trump campaign some advice that he should stop using that kind of divisive rhetoric, Lindsay.
Selena, Trump has also been telling his supporters that they're worse off now than they were 4 years ago, whether they are or not. Why does that line seem to work with his audience? It seems like that's kind of the opening question now during his closing argument.
Exactly. I mean, the years of inflation, even though inflation is now cooling, these years of higher prices, many Americans are still feeling that pinch. And he's trying to capitalize on the economic disillusionment. Even though the economy is growing and firing on all cylinders, this is something that Donald Trump is hammering home to his audience, to his base of supporters. And many of the people here, they do feel like their finances were better during the Trump years, and they pin that blame on the Harris-Biden administration, even though the president has limited control over prices. That is the sentiment and feeling they have. And at his rallies, Donald Trump has been using this line that Kamala Harris broke it and I'm going to fix it, whether it comes to the border, crime, immigration, or inflation. But the former president, he does repeatedly say similar lines that are both false and misleading when it comes to the border, when it comes to illegal immigrants. He often uses disparaging terms to describe them, calling them people who commit crimes in this country, even though the data shows that illegal immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than U.S. citizens, Lindsay.
Right. We heard him tonight calling them savages and animals. Trump said in Pittsburgh that Harris has a 4% chance of winning. No poll aggregator we've seen that says that. Why do you think he's putting that number out there?
Look, the former president wants to portray confidence that he's got this in the bag, but the reality is that this is an extremely tight race and there are nerves on all sides. Both of these campaigns are looking at the early polling and seeing in the polls what they would like to see, right? The Trump side, they see the gender gap as being advantageous to them. They see more men turning out early on their side, and they say that less men are turning out on the Democrat side. They also believe that they can bring in women into the fold through Trump's argument about securing the borders, that they can reach suburban women that way. Now, the Harris team, on the other hand, they believe that some of that early vote coming from the Republicans is cannibalizing the vote that they're going to get on election day. I have been speaking to women here as well to ask what resonates with them. And beyond abortion, which they may not agree with Donald Trump on, they do agree with him when it comes to the economy and immigration.
Selena Wang for us on the ground there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Selena, thank you. Our final ABC News Ipsos poll before the election shows Vice President Harris leading Trump nationally. Let's take a look. 49 to 46% with a 2% margin of error, but it all comes down, of course, to those highly coveted battleground states. And the latest New York Times Siena poll shows some late movement in them. Harris narrowly ahead in Nevada, North Carolina, and also Georgia. The race tied in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. Joining us now, once again, GOP strategist Tricia McLaughlin and head of Next Gen America, Christina Sinsun Ramirez. Thank you both so much for joining us. Want to start by giving each of you 30 seconds. If there's someone at home who is thinking of sitting this election out, what's your message to them tonight? Tricia, let's start with you.
Yeah, this election is about change. 75% of Americans say that the country is on the wrong track, and 60% of Americans said they want to change from the Biden-Harris administration. If you want lower prices, prices are up 20% from where they were 4 years ago. We're facing multiple wars in multiple theaters, more than 40,000 U.S. troops on the ground in the Middle East. And of course, we have an immigration crisis. 10 to 15 million people are illegally in this country. I think that if you want change, the answer is simple. You might not like the tweets, you might not like everything he says, but if you want more money in your pocketbook and you want, actual divisive change, Donald Trump's your answer.
Christina, same question to you.
I think about Vice President Harris's closing remarks today saying, I'm not going to be stewing over an enemies list. I'm going to be checking my to-do list every single day for the American people. Vice President Harris is a candidate that has always done this work for the people, as she says, unlike Donald Trump, who's in it for himself. If you want to protect a woman's right to choose, if you want to protect the right of working people to join a labor union, if you want to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, if these are any of the issues that you care about, there's only one candidate that stands on the side of working people, of women, of the LGBTQ community, and that's Kamala Harris.
Tricia, I want to take your answer back to you, because it's really interesting. A moment ago, you said you might not like what he says or what he tweets, but in the end, if you want to have more money in your pocketbook, he's the person for you. And I'm curious, as a larger question, how much does character matter, or is this really just about having more money in your pocket at the end of the day?
Well, I think this election all comes down to priorities. I don't think Donald Trump would be in the position he's in, which is very well winning this election, if Kamala Harris and Joe Biden hadn't caused inflation to spike by voting for that Inflation Reduction Act, which poured trillions of dollars into the economy, printing more money, by allowing 10 to 15 million people to illegally enter this country. As I've said before when we spoke earlier, in 2020, only 6% of Americans said that was an issue for them in the election. 6% said immigration. Now it's a #2 issue. So yeah, I agree with what I said before. I think that sometimes what Donald Trump says is off the cuff and we don't always love it, but we like the results that we've seen. And, you know, I'll speak to Bob Casey's closing argument, the sitting senator who's in Pennsylvania, who's a Democrat. His closing ad has him agreeing with Donald Trump, him saying, I fought with Donald Trump for against China. So if he's really such a bad guy, why are sitting Democrat senators using that as their closing argument?
Christina, your thoughts on that? Does character matter when we're talking about President of the United States?
Absolutely, it matters. And that's why you're seeing undecided voters come to the polls in these final days. And they're going more in favor of Harris because integrity matters. Honesty matters. You know, in the last few days, you've had Trump using his rallies to talk about how he's going to go after his enemies, about a firing squad against Liz Cheney because she's tried to hold him accountable. He's even made images that I hate to say on public television of fellatio on a microphone. I mean, this is what he spends his time doing instead of talking about the real needs and pain and answers he has to that pain that American people are suffering. He doesn't have any answers. He wants to distract from all of that.
Both candidates making their final case to the American people today. What do you think the key takeaway that you think the public is leaving with those rallies? And Tricia, we'll go back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Kamala Harris wants to enact all this change, why hasn't she done it for the last 3 years? I think that's the question it always comes back to. If this is a change election, which I believe it is, Americans want to know, why hasn't she brought any daylight between her and Joe Biden, who's the sitting president of the United States? She wasn't able to answer that on The View, and repeatedly she said, I wouldn't really do anything different. So if voters want more of the same, then they should vote for Kamala Harris, but I think voters want change.
Christina, do you think that that was a problem here? I mean, many voters have said in recent months that they felt that they didn't know her. And then there were those critics who said that she wasn't able to differentiate enough from how she would be different from President Joe Biden.
Well, what I've seen her do is put forward her own policy solutions to the housing crisis, to investing in small businesses, to talking about abortion and how she's going to tackle this crisis that's impacted 1 in 3 women across the country that now are living under a Trump abortion ban. So I have seen her talk about her distinction. And ultimately, when you are vice president, you are not the president. You don't get to set the agenda. And if people don't know that, that's, you know, basic civics that people should know. So to me, she really has set a tone about what she's going to do when she is president that is her own unique vision and agenda for the American people.
Tricia, Christina, we both thank you both so much for your time. I appreciate you joining us again tonight. Joining us now from Mar-a-Lago is ABC's Jay O'Brien. And Jay, Trump allies have advised the former president today to keep his rally speeches short and not to deviate too much from pre-written remarks. Has he heeded that advice?
No, we really haven't seen that up until this point, Lindsay. The reality is what we've seen from Donald Trump is this kind of freewheeling rally style that has carried him over the course of the campaign. Part of what Donald Trump says is this calculus is that he believes this freewheeling style where he says things that are occasionally violent, controversial, etc., is what appeals to his base and will get out some of those maybe low propensity voters who are ideologically aligned with Donald Trump, but might have been kind of skeptical as to whether or not they were going to cast a ballot tomorrow on Election Day. We know the Trump campaign has gone after those voters hard, young white men in particular, who statistically do not show up in big numbers to vote, but ideologically we've seen in polling are more in line with Donald Trump. So Donald Trump believes that this campaign thesis of just, you know, quote unquote, let letting Trump beat Trump is going to draw in some of those low propensity voters and turn them out to the polls. But as you heard over the course of the night, especially at that Harris rally, I can tell you Democrats believe the exact opposite. They believe that if Donald Trump is freewheeling, saying controversial things in these final hours of this race, that it will turn some of those independent, moderate Republican voters into the Kamala Harris column at the last minute and give her that extra boost she needs in swing states. So the Harris team very much banking on Donald Trump not listening to the advice of his advisors.
And what does Trump's messaging look like in these final days before the election?
Well, we've seen it get progressively darker and in some instances progressively more violent and or more controversial. So, for instance, over the weekend, Donald Trump mused about whether or not he should have left the Oval Office at all when he lost the 2020 election. He made that joke that you have seen repeated coverage of joking that he wouldn't mind if members of the press got shot in some kind of assassination attempt akin to what Trump experienced in Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, this is somewhat the Donald Trump style, to go up there at a rally or to go there at various events and just kind of freewheel, but it's not what we've seen Kamala Harris try to use as her closing message. As you saw earlier, Kamala Harris has tried to use these last few hours of the campaign to not talk about Donald Trump and to talk about what she believes is this idea of turning the page away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump has tried to, in some instances, do the exact opposite, talk about grievances, talk about those that he has political disagreements with. He has continued to use that phrase, enemy of the people, to refer to his political enemies. One thing that he's added in, though, is he has added in this idea of, quote unquote, dream big. He's tried to inject some last minute optimism into these campaign events. And I can tell you that's something that Republicans who support Donald Trump, some Republicans I talk to who are in very competitive races of their own in the House and in the Senate, say they like that. They like framing this as a change election. And they believe if Donald Trump in these last few hours can lean into this idea of being a change candidate, that it could inspire some of those moderates, some of those low propensity voters we were just talking about to break for him in these final hours.
And what have you heard from the Trump campaign about how they're feeling on those early voting numbers?
Well, interesting. The Trump campaign released a memo earlier today in which they said, in their view, they are winning in the early vote. They released some data that shows that in some instances, according to this data, and it's all very speculative because it's the early vote, and you never know who early voters are actually casting their ballots for. You just know their demographics, like what party they're in, are they male or female, are they urban or rural, etc. But the Trump campaign putting out some information that they believe shows them ahead in the early vote in pretty much every single swing state. And they see female early vote dropping off, they see urban early vote dropping off, and what Republicans have said is that they say Democrats just don't have the numbers in the early vote going into Election Day that they had in 2020. What Democrats have hit back with is said that 2020 was an incredibly rare election where so many Americans voted early or by mail because we were in the middle of a pandemic. And so Democrats will get those numbers back, they believe, on Election Day. Republicans say they won't. We're really not going to know until tomorrow, Lindsay.
All right, Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you as always. And as we've been reporting, this campaign season has seen an extraordinary level of threats against polling sites as well as election workers. We're just getting new video of that ballot box explosion in Washington state. You can see a car driving up. A short time later, the ballot box explodes. The FBI is leading the investigation, and officials are working to make sure affected voters can resubmit their ballots. The FBI received more than 2,000 threats against election workers since the 2020 election. Officials are preparing for a wave of misinformation in the next 24 hours. Joining us now for more is Nevada's Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar. Thank you so much for your time, Secretary. More than 1 million Nevadans have voted early. Talk about the early voting process and when we'll start to see those results tomorrow night.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's exciting to be here. Nevada's prepared. We've been preparing for this election for 18 months. Our 17 clerks throughout the state have doing the job we need them to do. Early voting started 2 weeks ago. It ended on Friday. We had over 1 million voters turn out. We're expecting probably a 75% turnout, which there's maybe 100,000 votes coming in today from mail, and an additional 400,000 for tomorrow. We're excited about it. We're grateful for the poll workers that we have who are stepping up to assist voters throughout our democracy.
How long do you anticipate that it'll take Nevada to count all the votes?
So this is something we've been working on for quite a bit. You know, in 21, Nevada changed its accessibility to the polls. One of those things, Nevadans have adopted mail ballot at a growing rate. We know the county clerks had to change their processes to count the ballots. We started processing those ballots 15 days ago to ensure that the counties were caught up and ready for Election Day. Every mail ballot that's been received throughout Nevada has been counted and it's ready to go. Tomorrow starts Election Day. We can start to count and process in-person early votes at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
How concerned are you and perhaps your staff about the threats that election officials have received this election cycle?
Yeah, in 2020 and 22 is a pretty significant issues. However, we worked with our governor and our legislative leadership during the 23 legislative session to pass a bill that gave election workers protection. It is a felony to harass or intimidate election workers or poll workers in Nevada. Since then, it's been pretty quiet. I have to say that Nevadans are being respectful of our poll workers. They understand the responsibility they have, and they're grateful for what they're doing at the polling locations.
In what ways have you beefed up your Election Day security?
You know, this has been a conversation with our sheriffs in both Washoe and Clark County. The sheriffs don't want a major law enforcement presence at the polling locations. We follow that guidance. And look, we care about the physical safety of everybody. We care about the physical safety of the voters. We care about the physical safety of our poll workers and election workers. And we're doing what we need to do to create that safe environment.
Is there anything that's been keeping you up at night the past few weeks?
There's lots of things. But again, I want to make sure that our team is ready to go, that they continue to move forward, that they're working really hard. I'm worried about that, maintaining that energy level all the way through the rest of the week.
All right, we thank you so much of your time. Cisco Aguilar, really appreciate you joining us tonight. And as we heard just moments ago, this campaign season has seen extraordinary level of threats against polling sites and election workers. In fact, the FBI received more than 2,000 threats against election workers since the 2020 election. Let's go now to California with its whopping 54 electoral votes with California Secretary of State Shirley Weber. Secretary Weber, thank you so much for coming on the show. How confident are you in California's election proceedings being secure, fair, and accessible?
Well, we're pretty confident about the fact that we have done a lot of training and pre-training for all of our election workers, for police officers, the FBI, everyone, to help them understand the rights of individuals to have a safe and transparent election. We also have worked hard with many of the folks who work for us to make sure they learn how to de-escalate situations if they arise. We have a tremendous team of folks who are working to make sure that we are safe and secure in our elections. California doesn't always have all the issues that other people have, but we do have those who are trying to discourage people from coming to the polls by doing small things, showing up with different kinds of things and challenging, obviously, those who are working in the polls to make sure and to see if they can discourage them from participating. So we have an extensive team of folks who are working. We have legislation that we passed, pretty much like they have in Arizona, that makes it a crime for you to even attack or bother a poll worker who works for us. So we want them to know that they're safe and secure. Our Attorney General and others, we've been together to say, you know, we will handle whatever is necessary to the fullest extent of the law if persons have a tendency to threaten or to attack any poll worker or anyone who works during the elections.
Are there any challenges that you would have, perhaps describe them as, that you're facing right now?
You know, the challenge that we're facing is often, in comparison to everybody else's challenge, seems small, but we do have people who like to come to the polls because we give them an opportunity to observe the elections. But those who want to come and to make life difficult for those who are working the polls, to try to tell them what to do, to try to do things that they know they should not do. And as a result, we have to make sure that we are clear about what we believe and that we have adequate support at all of our polls to make a difference. So we're working hard with all of the agencies, the FBI, with our county police officers, and as well as our local police officers, making sure that they're all trained and prepared, that we're not going to tolerate a lot of things happening to people, and we're not going to make it an environment where people feel that they can't come to vote. We also have given every person in California a ballot. So if those who feel a little insecure about voting, they can put it in a ballot box, they can put it in a postal box, and they can also bring it to the polls that day and simply drop it off. So we have given a lot of opportunity for people to vote. We've had over 8 million voters, ballots cast thus far in California. So it's a large population. We have 22.5 registered voters, and we expect all of them to want to vote and to come to an environment where they'll be safe and secure.
You're also facing a threat of a different kind, a risk of wildfires and planned power outages. Tens of thousands of Californians in 17 counties could lose power on Election Day, with your energy provider PG&E planning to shut off power due to gusty winds. How are you ensuring that impacted people can still vote tomorrow?
Well, you know, we've survived a lot of things in California during election time, fires and having to change places and what have you. We've been working with PG&E now for a couple of weeks to make sure that the wind that is now heavy winds in California will not knock the power out. They're not going to remove the power as they originally thought they would, unless it's absolutely necessary. So we are in constant contact with PG&E and other energy forces up and down the state to ensure that. We made sure we have generators so that our poll places can still get the power they need to basically continue to run the election. So we have a team that's working on that, along with, like I say, PG&E and other energy companies that are monitoring and sending us information daily so that we are monitoring the winds, and we hope to not have that impact at all in terms of the election.
California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, we thank you so much for your time, Secretary.
Thank you. We look forward to tomorrow.
As we all do. In 2020, Arizona became ground zero for misinformation and unfounded claims that the election was illegitimately stolen from Donald Trump. This time around, election officials in that state are all the more vigilant and already facing new attempts to thwart election integrity there. Arizona Secretary of State, now kind enough to join us, Adrian Fontes. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Secretary Fontes, already this cycle, your office had to send a suspicious video to the Department of Homeland Security. What did the video purport to show?
Well, first, thanks for having me. And second, this video purported to show a disgruntled employee. In fact, the guy on the video says he was my assistant until September, and he left because apparently I was taking orders from the governor to thwart the election or some nonsense like that. Being interviewed, his face was blurred out, being interviewed by a woman with a very, very heavy Russian accent. It was pretty ham-handed and stupid, if you ask me, but it certainly was an attempt, perhaps a probe to see how we would react. But we've been preparing for this sort of thing, not just regular dis, and malinformation, but the use of artificially generated videos and deepfakes for quite some time. So we dealt with it the way that we had practiced dealing with it, and it has been thoroughly debunked now, and we know that our foreign enemies are behind a lot of this, and we are ready, and the protocols are working exactly as we had planned.
And you said, of course, that you've been preparing for threats like this, that you're ready for them. What specifically has your office had to do differently to protect from threats like this?
Well, we put some deepfakes into our regular tabletop exercises, not only with elections officials, but we also put on some tabletop exercises for members of local and national media, and then did some as well for law enforcement agencies. Those folks who don't work directly in elections administration, but who support us in the periphery and help us to communicate with the public, just so they could have a better understanding of what things were like as they were going out there and either A, responding as first responders and taking care of stuff for us, or B, helping to communicate with voters in a broader way, which is what our partners in the media do. You know, they're going to hold us accountable if something goes wrong, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we've given them all the background they need to be able to report clearly about processes that they understand after those trainings. So that's one of the most important things that we've done, aside from, I mean, there's a whole bunch of other stuff too, but I don't know that we have time to go into everything. We've been working hard for the last year and a half.
Do you think that Arizona is unique in any particular way, or that all states are getting targeted with this disinformation?
Well, aside from being the single best state in the union to live, work, play, and raise a family, Arizona is unique. We are at the eye of the storm for so many of these things, and election denialism has been healthy in our politics for some time, often defeated, particularly at the state level, and 2022 showed that to be true. But we've got some strong pockets of folks who still believe in the big lie, and we're slowly but surely working past that. I'm very optimistic on the future for Arizona. in all ways, including that we will continue to have free, safe, and accessible elections, and that we will continue to be able to keep our folks, particularly our voters, safe from threats and harassment. These are things that we will continue to work on vigorously, and I'm happy to be just one member of a very large team across the entire state that's working to those ends.
What is the nature of the threats that your team is seeing?
Well, we're seeing a whole host of things, and we see the same types of stuff that folks see across the United States of America, from vile and disgusting things left at folks' doorstep with threats on them, threats via mail and phone and so forth, white powdery substances in the mail heading to people's post offices, particularly some of the offices, just the same sort of stuff we see everywhere. But it's not a super widespread thing. Let me just be really clear to your viewers. These are all isolated incidences, but when you hear, a secretary from Nevada and California and Arizona, and we say we're preparing for all this stuff, people out there think, oh, it's craziness out there. It's really not. There's a lot of isolated incidences, and given the enormous volume of the voting public in the United States of America and the nearly 10,000 jurisdictions that we have where people go and vote, we're doing pretty doggone well. We could do better, and we could certainly get a lot more cooperation from those folks that would want to threaten and intimidate folks and our voters. We need to bring them back to reality. But I'm very positive about the future. Our folks across the country have prepared well. And in Arizona, while we tend to be the focus of a lot of this stuff, they say we put the AZ in crazy. We're reeling it back in slowly but surely, and I think we're going to have a fine election this year.
Okay, that was the first time I heard that one, AZ and crazy. So Arizona uses 100% paper ballots. Counting them obviously takes some time. So before the cart runs away with a horse of conspiracy theories, when do you expect to have official election results?
Well, we're going to have them the same time we always have them, 10 to 13 days out. You can look at historically when we do this, but let me be really clear about this, particularly this year. We've got 2-page ballots in the vast majority of our counties, and that takes longer to process than normal. But we also do some processing that is as strict as the strictest standards in the country. We do a very, very hardcore security checking on every one of our ballots. The signature verification process is different from that, so there's an added layer that we put on there. And we've got to make sure that everything is running properly and is accountable. We've got some pretty detailed chains of custody across the board as it comes to the physical possession of these ballots. So it is going to take a little bit of time, and that's okay. We'd rather get it right than quick. And, the media is going to make their calls and their prognostications whenever they do, and that's okay. That's their role. Our role is to get it done right and to get it done right the first time for our voters. And I'm very confident that while it may take longer than some folks in the media like, it's going to take just as long as Arizona needs it to.
All right, we will be patient. We'll try and do that. The Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes from Arizona, we thank you so much. ABC News Live Race to the White House coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
Wednesday night.
Oh my God.
We're back. Biggest and best season yet.
Oh, no way.
John Fiona's here. What would you do?
Here we go.
So the question is,
what would you do?
You see somebody in trouble, try to help. Can I give you a hug? Is that okay?
You have tears in your eyes.
Thank you for standing up for us.
Oh my God! Look at John! It's what would you do? I'm on it, girl.
now on Wednesday nights on ABC.
A Hollywood studio. Want us to make a movie of our podcast?
It's a fabulous cast.
Action. I'm nervous playing you. The fearlessness, the complexity.
Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
I don't need an algorithm to tell me that this is box office gold.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu, and for bundle subscribers on Disney+.
Willis Wu.
You know my name?
For decades, Chinatown's been the epicenter of crime in the city. I need someone on the inside. Follow me.
Jeez. A detective and a waiter. Partners.
Freeze.
Solving cases, catching bad guys.
Can I place an order to go, please?
Well, close!
partners.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close out a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
David, good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Welcome back, everyone. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, where Kamala Harris is now heading after that Pittsburgh rally. Matt, I know that the Rocky Steps are right behind you, the art museum there in Philadelphia. Give us a sense of what's been going on. Has it just been like a nonstop concert?
We can be on the right side of the history. Please join us in this fight.
And there's been a lot of concert right now. We're hearing Gabby Giffords in Arizona speak. But, you know, you mentioned the Rocky Steps, and I thought that that is a pretty apt analogy at this point, because both of these candidates are duking it out to the very end here in Pennsylvania. And it reminds me of that last scene in Rocky where they fight to the very last round, and then it's just the count to see who can get up and remain standing. And that's what it seems like because of this incredibly frenetic pace that both of these candidates have been putting up. Kamala Harris seems to be the one who wants to last the longest tonight. She probably is an hour away or maybe a little bit more from speaking. She's hit at least 4, possibly 5 cities here in Pennsylvania just today. In fact, kind of trolling Donald Trump after he had an event in Reading, Pennsylvania. She then went knocking door to door there, even talking to voters, trying to get them out. So there's the sense that it is down to the last second, to the last gasp. Everybody just trying to get out as many votes as possible in this state that is so critical for both of them. Both of them need the 19 delegates here. The math just almost doesn't work out otherwise. That's why they're here. That's why both of them have spent so much time here, Lindsay, and are capping their campaigns, most of it right here, Lindsay.
And talk to us about the ground game that Kamala Harris's campaign says that they have in Pennsylvania.
Volunteers are talking to their neighbors.
Enormous. They say it's actually historic that it is the largest ground game in the history of U.S. elections. They spent together, both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign have spent about $600 million here. But the Harris campaign has 50,000 volunteers, they say. They say they have 500 paid staff, 50 offices in 67 of the counties here, or 50 offices in the 67 counties in the state of Pennsylvania, which is something that is unheard of. And it seems that it is making a difference. And they acknowledge that it may not make a difference in this elections, but maybe 2 years or 4 years down the road, the ground game that they're putting on right now will make an impact in turning some of these purple counties blue. For the Trump campaign, they have a different ground game. They haven't given us exact numbers. We do know that there is enthusiasm on their side, a smaller amount invested. They do have significant teams of lawyers who we understand are preparing litigation in case they see anything that seems untoward or any allegations of voter fraud or voter malfeasance of any kind, Lindsay.
Which the Secretary of States that we're talking to say that they are believing that this election is, at least to date, going very smoothly. Matt Gutman there for us in Philadelphia. We'll come back to later on tonight. And senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joined us now from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where former President Trump will have his next rally tonight after talking in Pittsburgh. And Selena, we know the president's advisors have been telling him to stay on message, keep these speeches short. How's he been responding to that?
Well, look, that's certainly what his advisors have been pushing for months now, but Donald Trump often gives very meandering and wandering speeches, and we've seen him drift off from those key messages his advisors want him to stick to, which is the economy and immigration. We have seen his language become more extreme and violent. Just days ago, he used violent language against former Republican Congressman Liz Cheney, and then just yesterday, he suggested that he wouldn't mind if the reporters covering his rally were shot at. But we have received excerpts of his speech for tonight, and he is expected to drive home the message that he would secure the border, that he would crack down on crime, illegal immigration, and that he would end inflation. Now, I can tell you, crowd size is, of course, something that Donald Trump cares about. While it is a full crowd behind me in this arena, in front of me, there's an upper area of the arena that is completely empty. So it'll be interesting to see if it fills up by the time Donald Trump takes this stage later today, Lindsay.
All right, Selena Wang for us, and we'll be returning to you once Donald Trump gets into the building as well. Thanks so much, Selena. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Linsey Davis. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Hey, Luke, I am so excited to host the CMA Awards again.
Nashville, here we come.
Hang tight, honey, got a pocket full of money, and I'm headed straight home to you.
Laney, what are you doing here?
I'm hosting the CMA Awards with y'all. I think I can add something you ain't never had before.
Like what?
Like humor, style, a little bell-bottom flair.
I guess we do need you, Laney.
That's the spirit. Y'all ready to do this?
I can pull off bell bottoms.
Sure you can, buddy.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
One great idea can change your life.
That's what Shark Tank does.
That's the American dream right there.
This collie is for my kids.
What you've done is remarkable.
One of the most innovative things I've seen in my life.
This could be our biggest deal ever.
I want to be on a team with you.
Shark Tank, new Fridays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
This ship is heaven. There should be no guilt on a pleasure cruise. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
No pulse. She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're gonna be okay.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election Night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night, live.
Reporting from near the Israel-Lebanon border as tensions here ramp up. I'm Tom Sufi Burridge. You're streaming ABC News live.
Tonight, a special edition of World News Tonight, America on the eve of the high-stakes 2024 presidential election. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump delivering their closing arguments. Tonight, what the final ABC News poll now reveals. And the state of the race tonight in the key battleground states. More than 80 million Americans voting already. Now the campaigns and their ground games, the effort to get voters to the polls on Election Day. Vice President Kamala Harris, her final day of campaigning entirely in Pennsylvania, barnstorming the state with 4 stops. Her team knocking on 5 million doors in that state alone. Vice President Harris ending her campaign on an optimistic note, not mentioning Donald Trump by name in the last 24 hours. Former President Donald Trump blitzing 3 battleground states in what he says will be his last campaign, asking, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? and continuing the violent rhetoric from his closing days, joking now about reporters at his rallies getting shot. Mary Bruce, Rachel Scott, Rick Klein here on the new poll Where This Race Stands, and John Carl standing by with new reporting, what he's just learned from both campaigns tonight, what they're now saying, how they're feeling about Election Day. Also tonight, the alarming report warning about threats targeting election workers across the country. Authorities taking major steps to protect the vote and the people who count the ballots, including armed guards now, drones, bulletproof glass, and putting the National Guard on standby. Pierre Thomas is here. The other news tonight, the tornado watches as we come on the air. 6 confirmed tornadoes already. Homes across Oklahoma heavily damaged. And now the new tropical storm forming in the Caribbean, the potential track right toward the U.S. The well-known young actor from Dawson's Creek revealing his battle with cancer tonight. The scare on stage, Coldplay's Chris Martin falling through a trap door while performing in concert. And tonight here, the tributes pouring in for music legend Quincy Jones. Behind the scenes at the making of We Are the World. His unforgettable work with so many icons, from Frank Sinatra to Ray Charles to Michael Jackson. Tonight here, Quincy Jones, in his own words.
From ABC News, this is a special edition of World News Tonight with David Muir. Reporting tonight from ABC News Election Headquarters in New York.
Good evening on this election eve. It is great to have you with us here. We are here at ABC News Election Headquarters in New York already. We're in just 24 hours. We will be coming on the air with the first exit polls this time tomorrow night. What voters are saying already. We'll be on the air for hours, perhaps days. We're ready, given how close this election is. The presidential race, the control of the Senate and the House. And we begin tonight here, of course, with the race for the White House. Vice President Harris crisscrossing Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground prize, 19 electoral votes, a must-win state for both campaigns. Our polling shows it is tied in the Keystone State. Her closing message upbeat and optimistic, not mentioning her opponent by name in the last 24 hours. Former President Trump campaigning in 3 battleground states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and tonight in Michigan, asking, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And also making news for his violent rhetoric, now joking about reporters at his rallies getting shot. Both sides know how close this race is. Tonight, more than 80 million Americans have voted already. Millions more are set to go to the polls tomorrow. And tonight on this election eve, here's where the race stands. Our final ABC News Ipsos poll showing Kamala Harris at 49%, Donald Trump at 46%, virtually unchanged in the 3 months since Vice President Harris moved to the top of the ticket. But of course, as you know at home, it all comes down to the Electoral College. And this is the map we'll be watching all night tomorrow night. The race to 270. 270 electoral votes needed to win. And the election will very likely come down to these 7 states, the battleground states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. The polls, each state virtually tied tonight. You see them right there on the screen. It's going to be a very late night. We have both campaigns covered, and new reporting just in from John Carl tonight, what both campaigns believe behind the scenes on this night before the election. But we start here with ABC's Mary Bruce leading us off on the Harris campaign tonight.
Kamala Harris jetting off to battleground Pennsylvania, tonight barnstorming the must-win state with 4 separate stops on the last full day of her whirlwind campaign. In Scranton, Harris rallying volunteers. She's visited Pennsylvania 18 times since launching her campaign, more than any other battleground. Her team telling us they've knocked on 5 million doors in this state alone.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote? We're ready to win? All right.
Harris has spent weeks painting a dire picture of a second Trump term, but in the past 24 hours, she hasn't mentioned him once by name. Choosing instead to close her campaign on a positive message, returning to the theme of optimism.
Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and excited about what we will do together, and we here know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
Donald Trump today hitting 3 key states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina.
We have to turn out and vote tomorrow. We're going to vote, vote, vote.
But in contrast with Harris, the former president's message at the end of this race increasingly dark. Over the weekend, joking he wouldn't mind if the journalists covering his rally were shot.
And I have this piece of glass here. But all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind that.
It comes just days after he imagined guns trained at the face of former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
In the final days, Trump, who lost both the popular vote in 2020 and the Electoral College, insisting he should never have left the White House.
I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly, because we did so well.
And he's already questioning this election. Today, top election officials in key battlegrounds speaking out, saying the vote is secure. From Michigan.
Candidates don't get to decide who wins elections. Voters do. And so we will keep reminding folks of that truth.
To North Carolina.
I would just, make a plea to the candidates and elected officials. Have a peaceful transition of power. Accept the results. Concede defeat when necessary.
To Georgia's Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Our systems are secure, and our people are ready. At the end of the day, it's going to be fair and fast and accurate.
Mary Bruce with us here at election headquarters in New York. Here we go, Mary. Election Eve. Let me ask you this, because we've seen the early turnout. It's been really spectacular on both sides. Republican supporters of Donald Trump listened to the former president. They went out early this time because he now supports the early vote. So this really does come down to who you can get out on Election Day to add up to those totals. What is the Harris campaign doing? What do they make of the early vote numbers? Are they concerned by how many Republicans have turned out early? It's a big change.
It is, but David, the Harris team tells me tonight that they are not alarmed by these early vote numbers. They feel strongly that these are voters that would be backing Donald Trump anyway. They're just coming out and voting early. They do not see it as a sign that Donald Trump is reaching out and bringing in new voters. And tonight, the Kamala Harris campaign is touting their ground game. They say Donald Trump's operation just can't compete.
So they're convinced it's ground game on the Harris side and that these are Republican voters who would have come out on Election Day anyway.
Exactly.
All right, well, we'll see. We're going to turn now to the other campaign. Former President Donald Trump closing out his campaign with 3 stops in the battleground states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and tonight he'll be in Michigan. ABC's Rachel Scott on the Trump campaign tonight.
Tonight in North Carolina, Donald Trump and the closing argument his team was hoping for in the final days of what he says will be his last campaign.
But I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? You know, I've asked that question so many times. I've never had one hand go up for the other. With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country.
The former president calling this the end of one journey and the start of a new one.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting, and that's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again, and now we'll have a chance to do it after today.
In these crucial final hours, Trump also taking time to do an interview on the podcast with former New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick.
This is more exciting. I hate to say it, Coach, but this is more exciting than any football game.
The interview in keeping with Trump's strategy to win support among young men, a group that doesn't typically turn out in large numbers. He's featured wrestler Hulk Hogan at his campaign events and recently sat down for a lengthy interview on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Do you want to go with an 80-year-old president?
But one of Trump's most prominent female supporters, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, has warned he could risk alienating women.
This is not a time for them to get overly masculine with this bromance thing that they've got going. 53% of the electorate are women. Women will vote.
Haley spoke at the Republican National Convention, but she has not campaigned with Trump. Still, she published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today telling voters to back him.
This will be the golden age of America.
Tonight at a rally in Pennsylvania, the crowd positioned behind the candidate, largely female, holding pink signs reading, "Women for Trump."
Rachel Scott also with us here at election headquarters tonight. Rachel, really the same question for you that I asked Mary. Does the Trump campaign have a real plan here tomorrow to add to the early vote? It's been impressive on the Republican side, but are these voters who would have come out on election day already? Do they plan to add to that tomorrow? What's their plan?
And they're happy with those early vote numbers, David. I'm told that the Trump campaign has 350 campaign offices across those critical 7 battleground states where this race will ultimately be decided. But they're also leaning on some outside political organizations, including one led by billionaire Elon Musk, to really lead some field operations on the ground, hoping that they can energize people who typically do not turn out to vote in person or early on election day, like young male voters, David.
It's all about ground game, which is cliche for a reason, right? Because that's what it comes down to in the end. Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. Now to the polling tonight. I mentioned we have a new ABC News poll. Let's get right over to our political director, Rick Klein, also here. Got his sleeves rolled up already. You're going to be here for days, Rick. But what does the last ABC News poll of the election cycle show?
A 3-point lead for Kamala Harris, 49-46, in what's been a stubbornly close race, start to finish. The gender gap, a big storyline going into tomorrow night. Donald Trump leading among men by 5 points, but Kamala Harris leading among women by 11 points. That gender gap actually widens when you zoom in on independent voters. Harris up 5 among independents overall, and just among independent women, it is Harris plus 18, David.
I know our team at 538 has done the averages in the battleground states. This is really something. We're really heading into tomorrow in a dead heat.
All within the margin of error. Right now, we have Kamala Harris leading by a single point in both Michigan and Wisconsin. We have Trump up very narrowly in Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona. Pennsylvania, absolutely dead even. That is the most important and biggest battleground state. Both campaigns putting all their resources into that state.
90% of the time, the person who wins Pennsylvania wins the presidency. So, Rick, one last question for you about the Des Moines Register poll that came out this weekend. It was a shocker, even for the Harris campaign. It's a red state, and yet their last poll from a very respected political scientist shows that Kamala Harris has now taken the lead in Iowa.
Donald Trump won this state by 8 points, but Kamala Harris is up 3 in this poll right now, and particularly stark, the lead among women and older women in particular. Harris plus 20 among women 65 and older plus 35. Even among older men, it is Harris plus 2.
Rick Klein with us at the big board. Rick, thanks. Let's bring in John Carl, late reporting from the campaigns. John, that poll could be an outlier. Even the Harris campaign acknowledges that, but they say if they can see that in some of the other states, the swing states, the cross currents that we saw there, then perhaps it's an optimistic sign for them. But first question for you, what are you learning from the Trump campaign? How's Donald Trump feeling tonight?
Well, look, the Trump campaign just sent me reams of data saying that they are ahead in the early vote, that they're doing everything they need to do to win. But I have to tell you, talking to senior advisors, people that have been advising Trump for a long time, I am hearing newfound anxiety. They say he has been off message. One very close advisor and friend of Donald Trump's for a long time told me it's as if he is trying to lose. He is not closing it out on the message that you heard Rachel Scott say that his campaign wants him to close it out on.
But the Harris campaign has got to be feeling anxiety, too. You saw from Rick Klein, Pennsylvania is tied. It's a must-win for both campaigns.
Look, they've been feeling anxiety for a long time, but they also feel like this is closing in the right direction for them. They believe, David, that Madison Square rally 8 days ago was a turning point in this campaign.
All right, John Carl, Mary Bruce, Rachel Scott, Rick Klein, everybody's here. Everybody's ready to go. This campaign season has seen an extraordinary level of threats against polling sites, election workers. In fact, the FBI receiving more than 2,000 threats against election workers since the 2020 election. ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas tonight on the dramatic new steps, the drones, the bulletproof glass, and the National Guard now on standby. Here's Pierre.
Just hours from Election Day, local officials in battleground states tonight taking extraordinary steps to protect the votes and the workers counting them. In Maricopa County, Arizona, where some people showed up with guns during the 2020 vote count, armed guards, drones, surveillance cameras, police on horses, and a SWAT team standing by. In Detroit, the city stepping up security to avoid scenes like this in 2020, when pro-Trump supporters tried to disrupt the ballot counting. This time, officers will be in and around the building, even on the roof.
We now have bulletproof glass on the front of our building. We have more cameras. We have a panic button.
Governors in Washington, Nevada, and Oregon will have the National Guard ready for any large-scale civil disturbances. And in Philadelphia, the district attorney with this blunt warning.
Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs. We do have the jail cells.
And in Georgia, where election workers were under so much pressure in 2020, with Trump calling the Secretary of State looking for 11,000 more votes, tonight this message: the vote counting will be fast and fair, with results possibly as soon as tomorrow night. David.
Pierre Thomas with us too. Pierre, thank you. When we come back, the other major stories tonight: tornado watches across multiple states as we're on the air at this hour. Also, this new tropical storm forming late today and the path right to the U.S. And the well-known actor from Dawson's Creek revealing his battle with cancer tonight. And we remember Quincy Jones in a moment.
It's not about the fear or the danger or the risk. It's about the love of flying.
Did you kill Mariota?
Sorry. No, I did not kill Mariota.
This is a mystery. How did she die? They begin to do this autopsy.
It's just screaming, toxin, toxin, toxin.
Did somebody intentionally do this to her?
When the tests came back, I thought, yeah, holy, are you kidding me?
My garden club is very divided. People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
Never heard of a case like this. Maybe a thriller. I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent. Passion, poison, prison.
I know it wasn't me. Sorry. So, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
911, what's your emergency?
Now streaming, 911 is delightfully wild.
You ever seen anything like this before? It's a V-NATO.
It's one of the most compelling.
You managed to get a 400-pound tiger into a studio apartment.
And explosive.
Athena's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it. Shows on television.
I love you.
Tell me in person.
911, Thursdays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in. I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot of people. I know who you are.
Ball is in the air.
You're special.
Yes, it's a touchdown.
What if God made me this way?
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night, live.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC November 20th.
Tonight, we're tracking tornado and flood watches from Texas to Oklahoma. At least 6 confirmed tornadoes touching down in Oklahoma this weekend, including an EF3 with winds up to 140 miles per hour. And we're tracking Tropical Storm Rafael, just formed in the Caribbean. The latest track showing it moving into the Gulf as a Category 2 hurricane, potentially making landfall along the U.S. Gulf Coast this weekend. We'll continue to track it. When we come back tonight, the actor from Dawson's Creek revealing his battle with cancer. Also, the scare for Coldplay singer Chris Martin falling through a trap door, and remembering Quincy Jones tonight.
How many elephants have you killed?
True natural beauty, one of the last of its kind. But this comes at a cost. 5 countries, 5 incredible real stories of adventure, danger,
We have to go.
and deceit. Where are we going next? We got this ongoing search for the animal we've been trying to find. These are the last lands. national parks around the world that have to be saved.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu. Wednesday night.
Oh my God.
We're back. The biggest and best season yet.
Oh, no way.
John Fiona's here. What would you do?
Here we go.
So the question is,
what would you do?
You see somebody in trouble, try to help.
Can I give you a hug? Is that okay?
You have tears in your eyes.
Thank you for standing up for us.
Oh my God! Look at John!
It's What Would You Do? I'm on it, girl.
now on Wednesday nights on ABC.
Hey, Luke, I am so excited to host the CMA Awards again.
Nashville, here we come.
Hang tight, honey, got a pocket full of money, and I'm headed straight home to you.
Landy, what are you doing here?
I'm hosting the CMA Awards with y'all. I think I can add something you ain't never had before.
Like what?
Like humor, style, a little bell-bottom flair.
I guess we do need you, Landy.
That's the spirit. Y'all ready to do this?
I can pull off bell bottoms.
Sure you can, buddy.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
To the Index, Dawson's Creek actor James Vanderbeek revealing his battle with colorectal cancer. The 47-year-old actor and father of 6, known for his roles in Dawson's Creek and Varsity Blues. He says he's been privately dealing with the diagnosis. He's optimistic and he's feeling good. We wish him well. A scare on stage for Coldplay singer Chris Martin falling through a trap door while performing in Melbourne, Australia. Take a look. The singer falling backward into the hole on stage. The audience obviously stunned. He quickly got back up right there, thanking the crew down below for catching him. It's a close call. When we come back here tonight, remembering music icon Quincy Jones. Tonight, behind the scenes here for the making of We Are the World.
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot of people.
I know who you are.
Ball is in the air.
You're special.
Yes, it's a touchdown.
What if God made me this way?
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Yo, partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss.
Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close out a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new Tuesdays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu. ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election Night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night, live. Your You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Finally tonight here, celebrating an icon, Quincy Jones. His work with so many stars from Frank Sinatra to Michael Jackson. And of course, Quincy Jones bringing We Are the World to life. Quincy Jones was a prolific, powerful force in music for more than half a century. One of his most famous achievements, bringing together the biggest names in music for We Are the World in 1985, raising millions for famine relief. Born in Chicago, Quincy Jones got his start playing the trumpet in a band.
Mr. Quincy Jones, right there.
Eventually collaborating with Frank Sinatra, Fly Me to the Moon.
Fly me to the moon, let me swing among the stars.
While producing the soundtrack for The Wiz in 1978, he would meet Michael Jackson.
Come on now, he's on down the road.
Beginning a partnership that would create some of the world's most iconic music, producing Thriller, the best-selling album of all time. Breaking barriers, a black music executive rising through the ranks in Hollywood, 80 Grammy nominations, 28 wins. He would win for We Are the World, 4 Grammys, including Song of the Year. In the Netflix documentary, The Greatest Night in Pop, behind the scenes as Quincy Jones coaches all of those superstars, Michael Jackson, Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen. Quincy Jones died at the age of 91 overnight in Los Angeles, surrounded by family. Tonight here, in his own words, on his life and longevity.
It's about hills and valleys. Anybody can handle the hills, but you find out who you are when you hit the valleys. Love, laugh, live, and give. That's what it's about.
His talent was legendary. Our live election night coverage tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you right here tomorrow night. Good night.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election Night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night, live.
Willis Wu.
You know my name?
For decades, Chinatown's been the epicenter of crime in the city. I need someone on the inside. Follow me.
Jeez. A detective and a waiter. Partners.
Freeze.
Solving cases, catching bad guys.
Can I place an order to go, please?
Well, close!
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot of people.
I know who you are.
Ball is in the air!
You're special.
Yes, it's a touchdown!
What if God made me this way?
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from the G7 summit in Bari, Italy with world leaders, I'm Selena Wang. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Tonight on this Election Day Eve, we are just hours away from polls opening across the country as the nation picks the next president of the United States.
We have the ball. It's ours to win. The only thing I ask is that you go out and vote.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump both barnstorming the battleground states, looking to get to those undecided and unenthusiastic voters to make sure they get out and vote tomorrow. The closing arguments on both sides of the campaign trail, with the race still neck and neck and just hours to go.
Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
With more than 78 million ballots already cast this year, turnout could hit record highs tomorrow. The new polling that shows Harris with a slight lead, but Trump still ahead in some key swing states, plus the battleground that has the two candidates deadlocked. This is our ABC News Live primetime coverage, the race for the White House. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We are live on this election eve night, just hours until the polls open all across America. Abraham Lincoln once said, "Elections belong to the people. It is their decision." And more than 80 million Americans have already exercised that sacred democratic right, voting early. Both candidates barnstorming those key swing states at this hour, and they will both have campaign events that go well into the night, and we have you covered at this hour. Let's take a look. The city of brotherly love, Philadelphia. Kamala Harris will close out her campaign there in just a few minutes, and we'll bring that to you live. A short time ago, she addressed supporters in Pittsburgh. Take a listen.
All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States.
And now let's take a live look at Grand Rapids, Michigan, where Donald Trump will end his campaign in the same place he ended it in 2016. This came after he addressed supporters in Pittsburgh as well, addressing the unprecedented nature of this campaign, which included 2 assassination attempts on his life.
Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote.
Trump on the trail, also seemingly recognizing that no matter what, this is it for him campaigning for president, his 3rd time running for the office. It's been 3,429 days since he went down that escalator in Trump Tower to begin what was, at the time, his long-shot presidential campaign. The rest is history, and some new history will be made starting tomorrow night for Kamala Harris. It has been just 106 days since Joe Biden stepped aside and paved the way for her campaign. In the closing days, she's focused her message on the notion that democracy is on the line. We're here following it all for you tonight, and we'll bring you parts of the final speeches live. Our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins us now from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where former President Trump will have his next rally tonight after he finishes up in Pittsburgh. And Selena, what do we expect Trump's message to be throughout this evening?
We're expecting, according to his campaign advisors, for him to focus on the key issues of immigration and the economy. The big question is whether or not he can actually stick to those issues. According to excerpts that we've seen of his speech tonight, he's going to be painting a dark picture of America, a country overrun by crime and illegal immigration. And he's going to vow to crack down on crime and that illegal immigration, as well as vowing to end inflation. But we have seen in some of Trump's recent rallies that he has meandered, and we've seen his language enter very dark and violent territory. Just days ago, he used violent language against former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Then yesterday at a rally in Pennsylvania, he suggested that he wouldn't mind if the reporters covering his rally were shot at. But something else that's interesting, Lindsay, is that he is choosing to end his campaign here in Michigan. This is, of course, a critical battleground state. The pre-program for his rally has already begun, and he's had several speakers that have made explicit calls to the Arab American community to back Donald Trump. This is a community that has been frustrated and disillusioned with the way that the Biden-Harris administration has handled the war in Gaza, and they are clearly capitalizing on that in Michigan, where there's a very large Arab American population, Linsey.
What are you hearing from voters at Trump's rally tonight? How are they reacting to Trump's rhetoric, which many describe as growing increasingly dark?
Well, Linsey, no surprise here, but the two main reasons for why many of these voters that I've been speaking to are backing Donald Trump are because of, number one, the economy, and number two, immigration. There's a sentiment that they had more money in their pockets when Donald Trump was in office. Even though inflation has been cooling and the economy has been growing, years of higher prices have meant that a lot of Americans are still feeling the pinch. When I asked some of these voters about that dark and violent language that Donald Trump has been using, some of them just brushed it off as jokes and Trump being a showman. Take a listen to what some of these voters told me today.
And I feel that he speaks to me. I'm worried about my finances. That's my main thing.
Big one for me is immigration. Second one would be inflation. Just got to get inflation under control.
And what do you make of some of the language the former president has used to talk about women, women of color, his comments about Harris's identity and race?
I would love to work on his campaign, as his campaign manager, and say, hey, you can't say that. And kind of redirect his speech. I think he's just being funny because he's an entertainer.
Now, Donald Trump cares a lot about crowd size. The crowd that is here is fired up, and you can see that the arena behind me is packed. But there is a front portion on the upper part of the arena that is still pretty empty. So we'll see if it fills up before the former president comes. Now, another critical development that has happened in the recent hours is that Joe Rogan has decided to back and endorse former President Donald Trump. He, of course, is a very influential podcaster and could potentially help make the push with these young men who are not regular voters and convince them to go to the polls. That is a key part of the Trump strategy, to convince these low-propensity voters to turn out on Election Day.
And what are you hearing from your Harris sources about how they're feeling with just one day to go?
When I talk to senior campaign advisors, they say they are energized by the momentum that they're seeing, but they make it very clear that this is not in the bag, that they've still got work to do, even just one day out. And they tell me that their canvassers and army of staff and volunteers are going to be aggressively knocking on doors and making phone calls until the very last moment. They believe that their more expansive and well-organized ground game is what's going to differentiate them from the Trump campaign. They're also optimistic that they can bring some of those moderate Republicans into the fold. I was at Harris's rally last night here in Michigan, and I did speak to several Harris supporters who said they knew Republicans in their community who were going to vote for a Democrat for the very first time. Another interesting acknowledgement from them is that they believe those disparaging comments about the Puerto Rican community from Trump's recent Madison Square Garden rally is still having an impact on undecided voters and pushing them towards Vice President Harris.
All right, Selena Wang for us there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We'll go back to you once Donald Trump arrives there. Former President Trump heading to Michigan. Vice presidential candidate Tim Walz is in Detroit. Let's listen in.
And he brags about it. He is glad that those women you're thinking about and you love have fewer rights than their mothers and their grandmothers. More than 20 states across this country now have Trump abortion bans. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Trump said to all the women here, he'll be your protector. And then he added, I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. Well, now we're seeing women turned away from emergency rooms, miscarrying in parking lots, whether they like it or not. Survivors of rape being forced to carry those pregnancies to term, whether they like it or not. Fertility clinics turning couples away at the door, whether they like it or not. Look, this is personal for so many of us, Gwen and I included. We were only able to have that family because of fertility treatments. And I will be damned if anyone in this country should be denied that same right. When Congress passes that bill to restore reproductive freedom, President Harris will sign it into law. Folks, this is getting pretty simple now. Kamala and I trust women. It's that simple. Now, tomorrow, women all across America of every age, both parties, are going to send a loud and clear message to Donald Trump, whether he likes it or not. So here it is, folks. It's our moment. The election is here. The momentum's on our side. With 1 or 2 votes per precincts in the state of Michigan, we can win the whole damn thing. We take nothing for granted. Now, Gwen and I, we think the word hope is the most powerful word in the English language. In fact, it was so powerful when we finally had that child and that little girl, we named her Hope. But while hope is a great word and a great name, it's not a damn plan. So it's time for the pep talk, folks. We are in the 4th quarter, 2 minutes left. The game is tied. But we've got the damn ball, and we got the best quarterback on the field in Kamala Harris. We don't get tired because we know there's plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. And we believe in the promise of America. We just have to fight for it. Here's the deal, folks. There's going to be a day you're going to be sitting in that rocking chair, and you're going to be rocking on that porch, and a little one's going to come home from school and ask, what did you do in the 2024 election where the American experiment survived, where the rule of law survived, where decency survived? And you're going to be able to answer every damn thing I could. Every damn thing I could. So Detroit, it's time. And as the vice president says, when we vote, Michigan, bring this thing home for America. Let's go. Let's go.
Coach Walz giving his playbook for victory there. He said, tomorrow we will win. Tomorrow, women across the country are going to send a message to Donald Trump, whether he likes it or not. Of course, playing off of Donald Trump saying that he will protect women, whether they like it or not. Tim Walz there with his wife, Gail, on the stage, talking about the importance of women being able to have Gwen, right? Gwen, his wife, Gwen. On the stage there with Tim Walz and talking about their fertility journey, how it's so important for women to be able to make decisions over their own bodies. 4th quarter, 2 minutes left. The game is tied. You heard it right there from Tim Walz. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is with us now in the state that may break that tie, Pennsylvania. And Matt, the vice president is expected to close her campaign shortly right behind you in Philadelphia at the foot of those famed Rocky steps. Set the scene for us.
I mean, you can see behind me, they've begun to fill in those steps. Crowd is there. They've got probably 20,000 people here, and it gives you a sense, Linsey, of the massive amount of money spent here in Pennsylvania and just tonight here in Philadelphia. And you've got to think both of these candidates are kind of trolling each other tonight, right? Pennsylvania's a big state, but the vice president ended up in Reading just a short time after former President Trump finished his event, going door to door, knocking on people's door and trying to get out the vote. And then both of them essentially speaking at almost exactly the same time in Pittsburgh. So that's what's happening here, some of the greater atmospherics, but they are like the pugilists in Rocky. At the very last round, both of them seeing who can go longer tonight, who can get their message out and be heard longer, and who will be left standing. And of course, the greatest prize of all, Linsey, is this state, Pennsylvania, with its 19 delegates. The math basically doesn't work any other way. These candidates have to win Pennsylvania if they want to go to the White House. And it all starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow here, Linsey.
And Matt, I know you've been speaking with the Pennsylvania election officials. What have they said to you with regard to tomorrow?
The first is that they are concerned. Several of the of the leading commissioners who are handling elections in the most pivotal battleground counties said that they are afraid that their first concern is security. They have set up incident commands almost in every state, every county in this state. That typically only happens during mass casualty events, and nothing has happened here. So they are preparing for violence. They hope it doesn't happen. They also hope that there is no damage to their facilities. And then the third thing is that they hope that the vote goes and is counted as quickly and as accurately as possible. And to that end, they assure us, from the governor with whom I spoke yesterday to those election officials in those small counties, say, listen, we couldn't cheat if we tried. There are so many safeguards. There are so many ways that the vote is protected, and we have no desire. We are your friends. We are your neighbors. We are not your enemy. Your vote is assured here. And that is the message they are trying to get out as widely as possible. But as you have seen, Linsey, the Trump campaign has already put out conspiracy theories and rumors that there is fraud in the vote. Officials tell us here there was at least one case in Lancaster County where there were some possibly fraudulent voter registration forms, which they're investigating. Some voter early mail ballots went missing in Erie. Those are being investigated, but this is not voter fraud. They continue to try to assure their constituents and electorate here in Pennsylvania that the vote is safe, Linsey.
All right, an important message on this election eve. Matt Gutman there for us in Philadelphia, where that large crowd is awaiting the president's presence of Vice President Kamala Harris. And we'll come back to you then, Matt. Thank you. And joining us now is GOP strategist Tricia McLaughlin and head of Next Gen America, Christina Sinsun Ramirez. Thank you both for coming back on. Christina, first question for you. The first in-person votes of Election Day will be cast in just a few hours, given all that has happened in the past year for both of these candidates running. What final message do you believe will prove to be the most effective?
I think the one that we saw Harris make just a few hours in Pittsburgh, which I think she'll make again in Philadelphia, that she wants to be a president for all Americans, that she doesn't want to go in with a list of grievances and enemies, but a to-do list for the American people. She has always been a doer and willing to tackle the big issues that Americans care about. And the other thing that a lot of women are turning out for is on abortion. And there is just a clear difference between her and Donald Trump on that core issue that is making women go in droves and vote for Democrats up and down the ballot, but particularly for the presidency. And I think if she can stick to that message, talk about those issues, talk about how she's moving forward instead of backwards, her closing message is going to resonate with a lot of those undecided voters.
Tricia, same question to you. Final message that you think will be most effective?
This election is all about change. 75% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, whether it be the fact that inflation is double what it was 4 years ago. Prices are up 20% at the grocery store, and Kamala Harris really doesn't have an answer besides socialist price controls, which will only serve to raise prices and cause poverty, breadlines, and hoarding. We are facing wars in multiple theaters, including the war in Gaza, including the war in Ukraine, that's costing millions of lives, and American policies, sadly, are causing more bloodshed across the world. Not to mention the immigration crisis at our southern border. 10 to 15 million people have illegally entered this country. We need to know who's in this country because we know, based on ICE data, that in the past 10 years, there's at least 14,000 illegal migrants who are in this country who were convicted of murder and more than 20,000 who are convicted of sexual assault and rape. And Donald Trump has actually brought solutions. Like I said before, you might not always like the way he says it, but 2016 to 2020 were pretty good years for the United States. And so I think that's his record versus the Biden-Harris record really does speak for itself.
And Tricia, we're hearing a sense of political fatigue from voters on both sides of the aisle. Despite that, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are hitting the battleground states hard, especially in the final hours here. What keeps the energy so high inside these campaigns? Is it their knowledge of just how close this race is?
I think that's it to some degree. I think, Matt, your correspondent, is in Pennsylvania. That's something I think we're all watching incredibly closely. But I think Kamala Harris tomorrow, she's going to have an uphill battle when it comes to getting those early voters, getting those in-person voters out. Because right now, from her 2020 numbers, she's down 600,000 that firewall is not as effective as it was, especially when Joe Biden only won Pennsylvania by 100,000 votes. So the fact that she's down in early voting by 600,000 votes poses a real problem for her.
I imagine both of you think that your respective party's nominee will win the election. I'm curious, is there a particular surprise that you think may be in store for tomorrow night? And Christina, let's start with you.
I mean, I think that we're already starting to see that surprise. That poll that came out from Iowa, a state that's a strong Republican state, showing that Kamala Harris could win the state by 3 points, and showing that she has a double-digit lead with women voters, and women, not just young women, but older women. And I think that's indicative of what a lot of women are feeling across the country, looking at the vision, the very dystopian vision that millions of women now have to live under, where they don't have basic healthcare access, women bleeding out in their cars, being refused basic life-saving medical care when they need abortion access. And so that is pushing millions and millions of women to come out and vote for Harris and maybe switch party lines. So I think that is going to be a big turnout question for this election.
Tricia, how about you? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I think Christina and I both agree that I think that the gender gap story is very interesting. And I'm really wondering how it actually pans out, because I'm hearing a lot from my Democrat colleagues. Women are coming out in droves, but the data really isn't showing that, as far as whether it be Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, every single one of these battleground states, women are not, they're actually coming out behind in voting from what they were in 2020. So if that is the case, what's going to actually happen here? Is this going to be the women, especially older women, coming out and really changing the results of this election?
All right, well, about 24 hours from now, we will know. Tricia and Christina, we thank you both so much for coming back on. ABC News Live, Race to the White House coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
ABC Election Night.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
We will soon be a great nation again.
America, we are not going back. We fight for the future.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
Who will be your next president?
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Election night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night Live.
We shared a strange, unusual experience, but seeing you here tonight just opens my heart up again.
Welcome to the very first ever Golden Bachelorette Men Tell All.
I didn't expect to be that famous.
I love these guys. They're friends for life. We all came looking for love with Joan, but we got this, which is incredible, really.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's bring in our Zareen Shah, who's been covering Vice President Harris, and she was Senator Harris. Zareen, we appreciate your expertise here. What can you tell us about how Harris rallied her base in her last stops in battleground Pennsylvania tonight?
I think the main thing is, you could say, momentum through music. I mean, there were so many stars and so many still that we're about to see. At this stop in Philadelphia, Oprah, DJ Cassidy, Fat Joe, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin. In the last stop, so many names as well. I mean, really using some big names to boost that star power ahead of tomorrow.
And we heard the VP in her speech refer to the next generation of leadership in America. And of course, she got a big energy boost from some Katy Perry vocals. Do you think that the Harris campaign has successfully appealed to younger voters?
I think the real story, the biggest story, is really the gender gap versus the age gap. We're hearing so much about women coming out and voting. And I'm thinking about it even right now as we hear Joe Rogan endorse Donald Trump, right? I mean, someone who really gets out a lot of men. But you're seeing it with Harris when it comes to women. I mean, with Oprah coming out, with Katy Perry, with that Taylor Swift endorsement. I think the story that we're really talking about is that gender gap. It's going to be really interesting tomorrow to see how many women went for her versus men.
And you've been speaking to her supporters. I know you have sources also within her campaign. How are they feeling tonight?
cautiously nauseous, I think is what they say.
Nauseously
they're
optimistic, yes.
Nauseously optimistic. Okay, because both could be true, right? But yeah, they're nervous, but they're really optimistic ahead of tomorrow. We'll see how things go, but a lot of her supporters are coming out. They're going to be in D.C. A lot of those donors, her sorority line sisters, some of her childhood friends. But the one group that I don't think is going to be in place by late evening tomorrow in D.C. ahead of her, potentially appearance at Howard, are her staff. They're still going to be in place. Many of them telling me they're still going to be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania, in other swing states. Some of them say they hope to make it later on that night, but otherwise they're just going to be out there as long as they possibly can.
And we've talked about throughout the night the idea of how when she first came out, how she said she's an underdog. She really was very cautious in kind of tempering expectations among her supporters and people she was trying to attract. But now she has said, and we are going to win, multiple times in recent weeks. What do you think is how do you explain the shift there?
She probably does feel the momentum. I mean, she's also been using the word momentum. I think the Madison Square rally with Trump was a big turning point in her campaign. She's been saying momentum, which, as I mentioned to you earlier, that's not a word you use when you're necessarily 10 points ahead and clearly winning. That's a word you use when you're either tied or when you're a little bit behind, but you think you're catching up. You think you have that momentum, that speed. And it certainly feels like that's what her campaign has in this moment. Can you speak to them?
All right, Zareen Shah, our thanks to you. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Linsey Davis. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
ABC Election Night. Who will be your next president? Election Night, this is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night Live.
Did you kill Mariota?
Sorry. No, I did not kill Mariota.
How did she die?
When the test came back, I thought, holy, are you kidding me?
People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent.
I know it wasn't me. If it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
911, what's your emergency?
Now streaming, 911 is delightfully wild.
You ever seen anything like this before?
It's a V-NATO. It's one of the most compelling.
You managed to get a 400-pound tiger into a studio apartment.
And explosive.
Athena's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it. Shows on television.
I love you.
Tell me in person.
911, Thursdays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot of people.
I know who you are.
Ball is in the air.
You're special.
Yes, it's a touchdown.
What if God made me this way?
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
What's good to watch? Read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+. Watch again.
Come again?
And again. And again at home.
Hit me again. It's perfect!
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are live on this election eve night, just hours until the polls open all across America. It was Abraham Lincoln who once said, elections belong to the people. It's their decision. And more than 80 million Americans have already exercised that sacred democratic right, voting early. Both candidates barnstorming those key swing states at this hour, and they will both have campaign events that go well into the night. We have you covered at this hour. Let's take a live look at the city of brotherly love there, Philadelphia. Kamala Harris will close out her campaign there in just a few minutes, and we'll bring you that live. A short time ago, she addressed supporters in Pittsburgh. Take a listen.
All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States.
And we're taking a live look now at Grand Rapids, Michigan, where Trump will end his campaign in the same place he ended it in 2016. This came after he addressed supporters in Pittsburgh as well, addressing the unprecedented nature of this campaign, which included 2 assassination attempts on his life.
Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote.
Donald Trump there on the trail, also seemingly recognizing that no matter what, this is it for him, campaigning for president. This is now his 3rd run for president. It's been 3,429 days since he first went down that escalator in Trump Tower to begin what was at least considered at the time to be a long-shot presidential campaign. The rest is history, as they say, and some new history will be made starting tomorrow night. For Kamala Harris, it's been just 106 days since Joe Biden stepped aside and paved the way for her campaign. In the closing days, she's focused her message on the notion that democracy is on the line, and we are here following it all for you tonight. Our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins us now from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where President Trump will soon speak. What issues do you think that we can expect to hear from the former president tonight?
Well, according to excerpts from his speech, the former president is expected to lean into the issues of immigration and the economy. The big question is whether or not the former president can actually stick to those critical issues, because in recent rallies, we've seen him meandering in his discussions. He has turned his language increasingly violent and extreme. He has used violent language against former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, and just yesterday in Pennsylvania, he suggested that he wouldn't mind if the reporters in the audience were shot at. But at least according to the excerpts from the speech, he's going to paint America as a dark, divided country that's been overrun with crime and illegal immigration. He's going to vow that he's going to crack down on illegal immigration, and he would vow to end inflation. inflation. Now, regardless of what happens tonight, this is a historic moment. This is going to be Trump's last rally, marking an end to nearly a decade of Trump rallies, which have really become a fixture of American politics. Now, it is very late when he's expected to take the stage. It's already past 11 p.m., and I can tell you that people here have been in line for hours. The big question is whether or not this crowd is actually going to stick around all the way through the former president's remarks tonight.
How are Trump voters reacting to his rhetoric, which some describe as growing increasingly dark?
Yeah, I talked to some voters about this who are at the rally, and some of them brush it off as Trump being Trump and being a showman and calling them jokes. Others said that they believe the Democrats are also using harsh and divisive and violent rhetoric, which is not entirely true in terms of the violent rhetoric. And some also told me, though, that they don't like the way that the former president is speaking, but they agree with him on issues like the economy and immigration, so that they're going to look past the kind of divisive language that he's been using. But take a listen to what some voters told me here. And Lindsay, we don't have that soundbite ready there, but what is clear is that this country is extremely divided, because when I talk to voters at both Harris rallies and Trump rallies, they're both deeply fearful about what could happen if the opponent wins this race.
And Selena, we know that Harris and Trump have very different get-out-the-vote strategies. Give us a sense of how they differ.
Yeah, well, the vice president's team, they are touting their very expansive and organized ground game. They tell me that they're going to be knocking on doors, canvassing, making phone calls until the very last moment. So they believe that their more organized ground game is what really gives them the edge in this race. Now, Donald Trump's team, they have outsourced a lot of their ground game and canvassing. And Donald Trump has also used non-traditional media to get out the vote in these last few weeks. He has received endorsements from some very influential figures like Joe Rogan in just the last few hours. And the goal with that is to try and reach out to young men to turn out and vote. Many of these voters are low propensity voters. That means they aren't regular voters. So the big question is, on Election Day, can he actually motivate them to get out and go to the polls, Lindsay?
And Trump said tonight in Pittsburgh that Harris has only a 4% chance of winning. Now, no poll aggregator we've seen says anything remotely like that. Why do you think he's putting out that kind of number?
Well, look, the former president often repeats baseless claims and misinformation. We have seen the former president already lay the groundwork to try and dispute the election results if they aren't going in his favor, not only from a legal standpoint, but also with the misinformation that he's been sharing. He has said that he believes baselessly that Kamala Harris could only win if she were cheating. Now, the polls show that this race is razor thin. So if the former president does not win, election officials are bracing for a flood of misinformation.
All right, Selena Wang for us. Thanks so much, and we'll get back to you once Donald Trump is in the building there. On this Election Day Eve, let's take a live look now at pictures of the Philadelphia Museum of Art and the famed 72 stone steps that lead to its east entrance. I don't know if you can see that. It's a really tight shot, but that's where we are in the city of Philadelphia. Of course, the seat of the federal government for a short but critical time in this country's early history. That is the backdrop as we bring in ABC's Zareen Shah, who has long been covering Vice President Harris. We see a large crowd there. And Zareen, it's the final hours now. What does the Harris Walls team say they still need to do before it all comes to a close before Election Day tomorrow?
The final hours, Lindsay. Yeah, we're almost there. I mean, they feel like they need to knock on every single door that they can walk to. You know, if you look at their Wilmington headquarters, I'm told by some of the staff that it's practically empty. They say there are no more policy people there. There are no more fundraisers there because there's nothing left to fundraise. There's no policy paper left to write. They are out. They are campaigning. They're walking door to door as their candidate now is about to take the stage. And they're going to continue to do that all day tomorrow until that final hour.
And what can we expect to hear from her in this final stop in Philadelphia tonight?
I mean, look, at this point, I'd be surprised if she said Trump. I mean, she hasn't said his name all day long. She talks about turning the page. It sounds like she wants to just straight up turn the page at this moment from the Donald Trump, sort of legacy. And we're expecting to see Oprah, DJ Cassidy, Fat Joe, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin. I mean, it seems like everyone that could possibly get out on this final stop, they are trying to get out.
And how will this presidential hopeful spend Election Day tomorrow? We know she's going to Howard University, of course, her alma mater.
Lindsay, so that's the big question. I mean, we don't know actually how she's going to spend tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I will say in every single race she's ever run, she has this ritual of having dinners there, but we don't know exactly how she's going to spend tomorrow evening before Howard, or if she's even going to go to Howard. I mean, there's some people and some supporters who are saying they're not sure if she's going to show up. It's going to depend on those results. But I know a lot of folks are in town tomorrow, donors, her sorority sisters, childhood friends. We're hoping that, in fact, they will know early on how this is going to turn out for her and that they can go to Howard together.
And it is, of course, hard to imagine that just a few short months ago, the Democrats had an entirely different candidate, 106 days ago to be precise. Have you noticed any tone shift from the party or campaign in the final days?
A lot of excitement. I mean, it's been a roller coaster, right? You've had these moments, it was Brat Summer, where everyone was so excited for her. And then there was this sort of fear from the Democratic Party that, maybe Trump was catching up. Maybe he had a real strong chance of beating her. And now they feel the momentum is on their side. They feel like they could, in fact, pull this off tomorrow if they do everything they need to do in the next few hours, that they can turn out that vote in places like Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan. There is that shift in emotion that you can really palpably feel from people when you speak to them from her side.
All right, Doreen Shaw, our thanks to you as always. Joining us now for more is GOP strategist Tricia McLaughlin and Next Gen America head Cristina Cinsun Ramirez. Thank you both for coming back and staying up late with us. Tricia, the first votes will be cast in just about an hour at Dixville Notch in New Hampshire. Earlier, you mentioned that was a state that you thought Trump could do well in.
Yeah, I think outside of the 7 battleground states, I think that, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Virginia, maybe even Minnesota, which is Tim Walz's stomping ground, those could be in play. There's been multiple polls that have shown that those could be even within the margin of error. So that could really expand Donald Trump's path to 270. But more than that, Kamala Harris and the Democrats, maybe Cristina can speak to this as well, have really spoken about the Kamala Harris ground game, how strong that is. There's been some criticism of Donald Trump's team, how they've kind of contracted that out to different entities. Well, what we're seeing across the board, especially the Sun Belt state, but also Pennsylvania with early voting, is that it's not looking so hot for Democrats. So they really need to have a really strong Election Day turnout, which, typically is Republicans' bread and butter versus Democrats are a lot better at getting out the early vote. So that could be the name of the game for Democrats. Do they actually turn out in droves tomorrow? Because so far we're not seeing that from Democrats. The early voting numbers for Black Americans, young Americans, women actually are down from 2020.
And Cristina, you heard Tricia mention women right there. We've been talking a lot about how Kamala Harris, she's expecting that she needs that female turnout. How key is the youth vote for tomorrow?
Young voters historically turn out on Election Day, and that's when the vast majority of votes are going to be cast. We know Republicans, it's being said, are really cannibalizing their voter turnout because they're voting more early, which is great. Everyone should vote as soon as they can. But young voters turned out in record numbers the last few elections. And in 2020, they turned out at the highest number in American history. And in 2022, when it was said that there was going to be a red wave across the country, young voters turned out in such high numbers and in such high numbers for Democrats that it actually canceled out the Republican boomer vote. And I've been on campuses with my organization, Next Gen, in Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and the energy for Kamala Harris amongst young people is very high. They now make up the largest generational voting bloc, Gen Z and millennials, and the most progressive voting bloc in the country.
And Tricia, is there a particular demographic you're watching out for Trump for tomorrow?
We've talked a lot about the gender gap. I have kind of questions about that. What direction does that go in? As a Republican woman, I'm voting for Donald Trump. We're seeing a lot of exit polls that are showing that Republicans, about 95%, give or take across the country, they're sticking with R's from the top of the ticket, so they're sticking with Donald Trump. But I do think it's interesting as far as the early vote that Cristina was referring to, is that if Democrats do have this ground game, why are they voting early? Why not now? Why are they waiting until Election Day? As we mentioned, typically it's Republicans who wait until Election Day to vote.
Cristina, is that a concern for you at all?
No, it's not. The data indicated that this was likely going to happen. 2020 was a unique moment in early voter turnout because it was during COVID. So it's really comparing apples to oranges. But when you look at the modeling and all of the polling about who's likely to turn out on Election Day, we're going to see a huge number of Democrats turning out. Again, this is when the vast majority of Americans cast their ballots, especially some of those core constituencies. People that are especially young people, they nearly all turn out on Election Day. Again, it's going to be 40, 50, even somewhere upwards of 60% of people will turn out and vote on Election Day.
And Christina, what are you watching for in this speech by the vice president tonight in Philadelphia?
You know, I think what we've seen from the vice president, that she's really looking forward, talking about how she wants to enact an agenda for the American people, how she wants to serve and bring people together, which I think is what a lot of people, especially undecided voters, are looking at. When you look at her speeches and when she talks about coming together, about making sure that we're able to tackle big problems. And then you tune in and listen to Donald Trump's speeches, which are a litany of grievances, violent, even crass. You start to wonder, is this what I want to hear for another 4 years?
And Tricia, what about you for Trump's final speech tonight in Grand Rapids, Michigan?
I want to hear policy, 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 policy. When he sticks to the issues that Americans are talking about, we know that the number one and number two issue, the economy, inflation, and immigration, the majority of Americans trust Donald Trump on those issues. So when he sticks to the issues, and he really compares the two records of Biden, Harris to his in 2016, really up until the pandemic, we know that America was more prosperous and more safe. That also being said, I'm looking for Kamala Harris. I'm looking for how she's actually going to say she's going to unify the country, because, you know, when her boss is called half of Americans garbage, and then her running mate Tim Walz has called Republicans Nazis, it's not a very unifying message. And I actually think that it's a pretty dark message, especially when we have so many friends and neighbors who are and family members who are going to vote differently than us, and that's all right.
Christina, you get the final word. Hear your response to Tricia.
Well, she's had many Republicans and former Republican staff of Donald Trump, all the way up to the highest levels of his former staff, endorse her because they believe she's a presidential candidate that can serve all Americans, regardless of party, color, creed, or religion.
All right, Tricia and Christina, we thank you both so much throughout this evening. Appreciate you joining us. And now our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is back with us in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. And Matt, we know that Harris is making her closing message any moment now. Let's set the scene for us once again.
We're gonna sing.
I think they're preparing the stage right now. You can see them just walking off. They've lit up the foreground here. They've filled the steps, those famous rocky steps, with looks like a couple, maybe 1,000 spectators. They are raucous. They're dancing with their banners right now. So there's a pretty good mood here. Behind us, what you can't see is about another 15, possibly 20,000 people who've come out here. This is a major event in this city tonight. There is a lot of enthusiasm. And Linsey, a lot of these folks have been out here for at least 5 or 6 hours. Security was very intense trying to get in. So everybody is ready for this penultimate, this final pitch by the vice president for why folks should vote for her. But this almost feels like a celebration. There is a lot of confidence here tonight, I'm sensing, from this crowd and from the VP staff.
Join the love train playing there now. And Matt, we know it's going to be a long day, potentially few days in Pennsylvania starting tomorrow. The eyes of the country, maybe the world, could be on election officials there in Pennsylvania tomorrow night. Any idea when they're expected to have a count?
If you came here tonight...
You know, it's really interesting. It's 13 hours of voting from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And it's many hours afterwards of waiting, right? There's this anticipation to wait for the final count. Election officials across the state tell me this. They don't know exactly when they'll be able to finish the final tally. They do tell us that it won't be 5 days like it was after the 2020 elections. They had a deluge of mail-in ballots, really for the first time. They were dealing with COVID restrictions, and they simply couldn't cope. And it was tight. Only 82,000 votes separated President Biden from former President Trump. This time, they think it may also be close, but they've streamlined their process. One more very important thing that was highlighted to me by Governor Josh Shapiro, who I spoke to yesterday. He said the money that has gone to the counties to help them pay to deal with the extra costs of the election is tied to them not finishing the count until they are done. They're going to go round the clock until they finish the count. The vice president is approaching the stage, so you're going to see the light fade on me. We're told we have to shut down all the lights right now. But basically, they are confident they're going to get it as quickly as they can, hopefully by midday Wednesday, maybe late Wednesday. But they say it's going to be a lot faster than it was last time, Linsey.
Matt, I'm going to keep speaking to you because we haven't heard her theme song of Freedom by Beyonce just yet, and that normally is kind of the key that she is going on the stage. But in the meantime, I do know that you had a chance to speak with Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro this week. What's he watching for in particular as results start to come in? And I believe that Lady Gaga now appearing on the stage there.
She is coming right now. So I'll be quick. Josh Shapiro, he wanted to assure voters that the process is safe and that it is fair. And he wanted to remind folks that I see mouths opening up behind me because Lady Gaga is on the stage. But he wanted to assure Pennsylvania voters that the people who are working the polls, the people who are running the county elections, they are your friends, they are your neighbors, they are not conspiring against you, and there are a tremendous number of safeguards whereby it would be almost impossible to rig the vote. Now, there may be certain incidents across the state and in certain counties that may raise some eyebrows, and they are being investigated, but at this point he says people can trust the vote here in Pennsylvania. Linsey.
All right, Matt Gutman, of course, will be coming back. But in the meantime, let's listen to Lady Gaga as she does her own rendition of God Bless America.
To the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. Hey everybody, how you feeling tonight? For more than half of this country's life, women didn't have a voice. Yet we raised children, we held our families together, we supported men as they made the decisions. But tomorrow, women will be a part of making this decision. Today, I am holding in my heart all the tough, tenacious women who made me who I am. I cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans. And now, Pennsylvania, it's your turn. The country is depending on you. So tomorrow, let's make sure all your voices are heard. Come on, let's go! Now it's my privilege to introduce someone who knows how to support a powerful woman, the soon-to-be first gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, there describes his wife often as a joyful warrior. There in the city of brotherly love in Philadelphia, before his wife, Vice President Kamala Harris, comes onto the stage.
Thank you, Lady Gaga. She was awesome, right? All right, here we are. Over these 15 weeks, America has gotten to know, admire, and trust the Kamala that I love. You've seen her step up. That's what she does. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed. I saw it when I trusted Kamala with our family's future, and it was the best decision I ever made. Now, tomorrow, America will choose who to trust with our nation's future. Now, Kamala was the right person for me at an important time in my life, and she is the right president for this moment in our nation's history. She brings joy and toughness to every task with that laugh and that look. She brings her deep experience to every decision, always disciplined, always focused. And Kamala also brings empathy to every challenge. And as president, she's never going to stop thinking about you and your family. Now, every night of this journey over just 15 weeks, she and I talk about the people we met and the stories they shared, their struggles and their dreams. So as you consider your vote, maybe it's that simple. My wife cares about what you're going through. She understands what's in your way, and she has concrete plans to help us keep moving forward. Now, isn't that what we want for the next 4 years? A president who respects us, a leader with a positive, inclusive vision of America where everyone belongs, everyone has a place. So before we hear from Kamala, I'm incredibly honored to introduce someone who knows something about listening to others and lifting them up. Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey on the stage there in Philadelphia, coming out to I'm Every Woman. Here she is. Let's listen to Miss Oprah Winfrey.
Philadelphia, I am here with 10 first-time voters for Philadelphia. So Phoenix, I hear you did research before voting.
I did. It was really important to me that the policies that Kamala Harris has proposed for women's reproductive rights and education equality are what led me to cast my ballot for her.
Fantastic. And Eddie, I heard you stood in line because?
Because honestly, it was an honor as an African American to exercise my right to vote, which my ancestors fought so hard for. And as a professional soccer player for the Philadelphia Union, I know that God, He gave me the opportunity to be a leader in this platform, to encourage my peers and all of you out here to stand for what's right. Go Kamala.
And Sophia, you haven't voted yet, but you're getting up at what time tomorrow to go vote?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. when it's open, okay?
And my family's from Puerto Rico, so voting.
Puerto Rico!
So voting this election just means so much to me.
Oprah Winfrey there with first-time voters in Philadelphia. We are awaiting the arrival of Vice President Kamala Harris to the stage. That is where we find our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, with us there in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. And Matt, we just saw Lady Gaga. Oh, actually, we're going to come back to you in a moment, Matt. We're going to go back to Oprah for a moment.
And your power as citizens of this country. How many first-time voters? Raise your hand, first-time voters. Beautiful to see you. Thank you all for coming here tonight and representing all the people who will be voting tomorrow. Those of you who have not voted, thank you so much. You know, on January 20th, 1961, President John F. Kennedy issued a challenge. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Well, I'm here to tell you that what you can do for your country, what you can do for democracy here, and what you can do for the spirit of John Lewis and all the others who dared to walk across that bridge in Selma and fight for justice for us all. What you can do for every pregnant young woman who has died because she was not eligible to receive the emergency medical care.
All right, Oprah Winfrey there on the stage talking about abortion and women's rights to their reproductive rights. And we are going to go to Matt Gutman in just a little bit. But first, I want to bring back in Zareen Shah. Zareen, that's just been one A-lister after another, starting with Lady Gaga there just now. I mean, because actually there's been quite a lineup throughout the night there in Philadelphia. Give us a sense of this final rally tonight for Kamala Harris. How significant is it? Clearly, she's bringing out the firepower.
She really is. I mean, some of the biggest names. I mean, you have Oprah right there, also wearing all white, you know, in sort of symbolically for women. Her shirt, I think, says, yes, she can. You know, gender is often not something Harris ever touches, but people around her will. She certainly does appear to be doing very well with women right now. We know she needs that demographic. And right before Oprah, you saw Oprah talk to 10 first-time voters. One of them saying her family is in Puerto Rico, that she is waking up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. She has a plan to vote. Another kid who said they really researched Kamala Harris and the other candidate to figure out who they wanted to vote for. And then right before that, you had Doug Emhoff, who has known Kamala for a long time now, said he trusted Kamala with his family's future, and then really encouraging America to trust Harris with their future as well. He talked about how she brings joy and toughness to every task. He says with her laugh and her look, I mean, really painting these different sides of his wife, of Kamala Harris, and who she might possibly be as president if she were to win tomorrow.
There are a number of people who suggested in recent weeks that they just didn't know who Kamala Harris was. How important do you think it is in the final hours before, actually just less than an hour before Election Day officially is here on the calendar at least? How important do you think it is in this closing argument, final statement, for her to still tell America who she is and what she represents?
Is it possible that no one knows who she is still? I mean, it's so shocking, right? But you're right. It has been a really short campaign, relatively speaking, compared to normal campaigns in this country. And certainly people have known Donald Trump so much longer. I mean, he has really been sort of this focal point for almost a decade now. So in comparison to that, certainly Americans know her far less. But look, she has raised a lot of money to help with that, you know, $1 billion. Her ground game is incredible. A lot of people on the ground, a lot of staff tonight on the ground as well, knocking on doors, trying to help people get up to speed, to help them get to know her. This speech is going to be incredibly important, though. To the best of our knowledge, this might be the last time we see her before polls close tomorrow. So what she says is really going to run the entire news cycle tomorrow. It's going to be the last thing that some people hear before they walk into the booth.
And you said that we may not see her until tomorrow evening. Do we know at all her plan for tomorrow?
You know, I do know that every single election she has ever had, she does this dinner with close friends and family. It's after polls close. She'll do this dinner. I don't know if she's going to do it tomorrow, though. I don't know how easy it is to do a dinner when you are Kamala Harris at this stage in the race. So she may have to break that tradition. We'll see. But she is planning right now on going to Howard University. That's where she went to undergrad. I'm just looking at the screen right now because I heard a lot of cheers. I don't see her out there yet, though. But a lot of people don't know if she will be making it out to Howard tomorrow, because if the polls don't go well for her, if those initial states don't go well for her, a lot of her supporters fear that she may not come out at all. But some of them plan on being there. But at this moment, we just don't know exactly how that will play out.
And what's interesting, a number of differences, obviously, between campaign strategies. Earlier today, we saw Donald Trump, when he was in Pittsburgh, address the camera directly and say, Kamala, you're the worst VP in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you were fired. Get out. Now, conversely, Kamala Harris today has not mentioned Trump's name. Why do you think the variety of strategies there?
The polling just probably has to show that people want, literally, I mean, she says this all the time, to turn the page, right? She talks about turning the page from the Donald Trump era it sounds like in this moment, she wants to relay to people that she has turned that page. Perhaps that's what she feels that people want to hear in this moment. That's the only thing I could possibly guess, that they want to hear more about her. As you mentioned, there are still some people who feel like they don't know entirely everything they want to know about her. And some people feel like she has been running this race, talking about what people shouldn't be voting for rather than what they should be voting for. And it's possibly her way of doing that.
All right, Zorine, we will come back to you in just a little bit. In the meantime, I want to bring back in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who joins us from Grand Rapids, where President Trump is expected to speak soon. When he takes the stage at the rally in Grand Rapids, what issues can we expect the former president to really hit on?
Well, his campaign advisors are hoping that at his last rally, he's going to zero in on the key issues of the economy and immigration. These are issues that are top of mind for voters. And according to excerpts from his speech, he's going to be painting this dark vision of America as a country that is failing, that is chaotic, overrun by crime and illegal immigration. Trump is going to vow, according to these campaign experts' speech, to say that he's going to crack down on that crime, illegal immigration, and vowing to end inflation. And I can tell you, talking to voters here, those are the two key things they want to hear from the former president. But oftentimes, we've been talking about this all night, Linsey, we've seen the former president meander and sometimes veer into very dark territory using violent language. Just yesterday at a rally in Pennsylvania, he suggested that he wouldn't mind if the reporters covering his rally were shot at.
All right, Selena, we are going to come back to you in just a little bit. In the meantime, with 1 day left until the election, let's hear from Vice President Harris, unfiltered in her own words from Philadelphia. When she concludes, our ABC News Live team will be here to check the facts and break down the details of her plans. Let's listen in.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, can we hear it for Oprah, please? And the first, second gentleman of the United States, my husband. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back and to be with so many incredible leaders, including Bob Casey. Let's send him back to the United States Senate. I want to thank all the outstanding artists and performers who are here tonight and sharing the gift that they have with all of us. I thank you all so very much. And to everyone here, thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here, for us to all be here together, showing who America is, that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So Philadelphia, you ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it's good to be back in the city of brotherly love, where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. So America, it comes down to this. One more day, just one more day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America. However, the race ain't over yet, and we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters, so let me ask you, who here has a plan to vote? All right, well, help spread the word. Here in Pennsylvania, polls are open tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and no matter what state you live in, if you are watching this, please go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including when and where to vote and where to drop off your mail-in ballot. And I also ask you to please talk with your friends and your family and your neighbors. Share your perspective on why you took the time to be here this evening and why this election is important to you. Encourage folks to make their voices heard, because we need everyone to vote in Pennsylvania, and you will decide the outcome of this election, Pennsylvania. So with only a few hours left, we still have work to do. And as you've heard me say before, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And we will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward where we see our fellow American not as an enemy, but as a neighbor. And we are ready for a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, but based on who you lift up. And Pennsylvania, you know me. I'm not afraid of tough fights. For decades, as a prosecutor and the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in this country, I won fights. I won fights against the big banks when they ripped off homeowners. I won fights against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women, children, and seniors, against cartels that trafficked in guns and drugs and human beings. My entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. On behalf of the people. And it is my pledge to you that if you give me a chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. And instead of stewing over an enemies list, I will spend every day on your behalf working on my to-do list. Full of priorities to improve your lives. Together, we will build an economy where we bring down the cost of living. We will ban corporate price gouging on groceries. We will make housing and childcare more affordable. We will cut taxes for workers, for middle-class families and small businesses. We will lower health care costs, including the cost of home care for seniors. Because on the issue of health care, I absolutely believe access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And to anyone out there watching this while we're here, who still is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and take us back to the days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions, well, Philly, you know what I'm about to say. We are not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future and ours is a fight for freedom, including the most fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As President, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. And I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to listen to experts. I pledge to listen to people who disagree with me. Because you see, I don't believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. I'll give them a seat at the table. That's what real leaders do. That's what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Philadelphia, we are here together for many reasons, but probably one of the most important, because we love our country. We love our country. And when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country, to then fight for its ideals, and to fight to realize the promise of America. I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And we all know, and we've read about it, at those marches, there were people from every walk of life who came together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. You know, growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. And I was blessed growing up to have family by blood and to have family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, of compassion, and faith. I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible. I have lived the promise of America. And today, I see the promise of America in everyone who is here, in all of you. We are the promise of America. We are the promise of America. I see its promise in the fathers and the mothers and the grandparents across our nation who work so hard every day for our children's future. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and in the men who support them. I see it in people of all ages who have knocked on doors, made calls, sent texts, and who will spend tomorrow driving their fellow Americans to the polls I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but who put the Constitution of the United States above party. And I see the promise of America in all the young leaders who are voting for the very first time. Where are you? I know you're here. I know you're here. And you who are determined to live free from gun violence, who are determined to tackle the climate crisis, who are ready to shape the world you inherit. To you in particular, I say, I see your power, and I am so proud of you. Can we all applaud our first-time voters? So, America, we started this campaign 107 days ago. And from the beginning, ours has not been a fight against something, it has been a fight for something. A fight for a future with freedom, with opportunity, and with dignity for all Americans. Our campaign has brought together people from all corners of this nation and from all walks of life, united by our love for our country and our faith in a brighter, stronger, and more hopeful future that we will build together. And tonight, then we finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy, knowing that we, the people, have the power to shape our future, and that we can confront any challenge we face when we do it together. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. And to everyone who continues to pour so much of yourselves into this campaign as an extension of your love for our country, I thank you for your time, your effort, and the heart you are putting into this. And together, I know that together we are also intentional about, in this process, building community and building coalitions. And because of you, each of you, and collectively, our people-powered movement reflects a simple and undeniable truth: that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So we have one day to get this done, which means now we need to get to work and get out the vote. So let's reach out once again to our family members, friends, classmates, neighbors, co-workers, knowing and reminding them that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And let us please remind everyone that your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So tonight I ask you one last time, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
There she is, coming Kamala Harris raising hands with second gentleman Doug Emhoff in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, right there at the steps outside of the Art Museum. She made a reference to the Rocky statue there, describing it as a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. She talked tonight about how we are all in this together. We are the promise of America. We finish as we started, with optimism and joy. This could be, as she said, one of the closest races in history. And she specifically said to the voters gathered there, you will decide the outcome of this election, Pennsylvania. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is back with us there in Philadelphia. Been there all day long. Matt, the vice president there with her closing message, really honing in on just how important the Keystone State will be in deciding who wins.
But also honing in, Lindsay, on togetherness, on community, on unity, about crossing the aisle. It was a very starkly different tone than we heard from President Trump earlier today in Reading, Pennsylvania. His speech, using the typical Trumpian weave, but a lot about immigration, about fear, about murderers crossing the border, about the evil on the other side that needs to be stopped. This was a very different message. She's clearly trying to reach out to the other side, to people who still, those very few of very valuable voters who might be undecided at this point, and hoping to gain some purchase with them as well. Now just 7 hours until polls open here, and clearly that is what she wants people to remember as they go to sleep and prepare tomorrow for this very historic day, Lindsay.
And Matt, the Harris campaign has touted their ground game. They really hope that it will get them to the finish line tomorrow. What are you hearing?
They are calling it an historic ground game, the biggest in the history of U.S. elections, Lindsay. They've said that they have 50,000 volunteers, 500 paid staff, 50 offices in 50 of the 67 counties of Pennsylvania. They've sent tens, maybe hundreds of millions of text messages, most of them written by hand, they tell me. So there's been a massive effort afoot. They hope that it wins them this election. They need Pennsylvania. They need it dearly. They've knocked on 1.5 million doors, but it also sets them up for the future, they say. And you can hear Lady Gaga behind me right now taking to the piano once again. But obviously, a massive ground game here for Kamala Harris, and they're trying to close it out with something as epic as they say that they started here not that long ago, 130 days ago or so.
Star-studded finish there. All right, Matt Gutman, our thanks to you for your reporting there all day. And we want to bring back in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who joins us from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where President Trump is expected to speak shortly. Selena, why the last rally in Michigan? Tell us about the significance of that.
This is a critical battleground state, and if Vice President Harris is able to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that is her clearest path to victory to the White House. Trump's campaign, they want to break that blue wall. They want to create other paths for former President Donald Trump to reach the White House. Here in Michigan, though, there's also a very large Arab American population, and during the pre-program today, you really heard the speakers lean into that because they know many of these Arab Americans in Michigan are disillusioned with the way that the Biden-Harris administration has handled the war in Gaza. They see that as an opening to reach out to a new group of voters. We're expecting the former president tonight to lean into the issues of immigration and the economy. He's expected to paint a very dark picture of America as a failed nation that's overrun by chaos and illegal immigration. The former president will claim that he will end inflation and he will crack down on illegal immigration and have people have more money in their pockets. He's trying to give people a nostalgic view of the Trump era. Even though the Trump era had COVID, people were reeling from the COVID pandemic, there were lots of challenges people faced. He's trying to capitalize on the nostalgia that people feel during the Trump era. The big question, though, Lindsay, is whether or not the former president can actually stick to the issues. During his last rally, this will be a historic night, capping off nearly a decade of Trump rallies that have really become a fixture in American politics, Lindsay.
And Selena Wang, I'm struck by the music as we go out. Luciano Pavarotti and James Brown singing It's a Man's World at that rally there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Selena, our thanks to you for your reporting all day long. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Linsey Davis. We leave you now live with a picture of Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, where, as tradition goes, a small town opens its polling place at midnight. Every election, 80 million Americans already have cast their votes. Tens of millions more will do so tomorrow in the exercise of our democracy. We leave you with that quote from Abraham Lincoln: "Elections belong to the people. It's their decision." Thank you so much for streaming with us. That's all for us here tonight. Have a great night. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley.